Welcome back to our live stream. This is the Italian poker sport. Fintan Gavin is my name. This is King's Resort. We're going to be bringing you all the action from the final day of this outstanding poker festival, the main event of the Italian poker sport, the €250 buy-in, which held a €500,000 guarantee. You can see the graphics displayed in the background there. €250, 500k guaranteed. However, that prize pool was absolutely obliterated. We produced a whopping 6,225,000 plus. First place payout today will be €100,000 plus that World Series of Poker main event seat. The feature table, we have a couple of familiar faces for our viewers that have been tuning in to this live stream. We broadcast day 2 yesterday, and on our feature table we had Anthony Maut, who is sitting here with 20 bigs. Anthony had a pretty decent stack at one stage. We had Dennis Becker, who came to the table late last night, sitting pretty much on what he's starting here today with 7.6 million, one of the overall tournament chip leaders. We also featured the Italian Salvatore Di Martino, who's sitting on 12 big blinds, 2 million. The blinds are 80,000, 160,000. Also on this feature table we have Stefan Enders sitting on 30 bigs, Kestutis from Lithuania, 26 big blinds, and the Black Panther, who is on the right hand side of your screen. Well, in fact, that's the very right is Stefan Endres. Black Panther just to his right. So, clock has started. Dealer collects the blinds and antes. That's in seat 1. That's Dennis Becker. Chip leader on the table. That's Peppino. Okay, this is Anthony Maud, 3.3 million, 20 big blind stack for Anthony, 38 remain, 4 million average stack. Di Martino folds, 2 million stack, Di Martino. The short stack, 12 bigs. Black Panther folds in the cutoff, and sorry, this is Black Panther, excuse me, the Dutchman, in the cutoff with the A7. He makes it 325. Stefan folds now. Action with Dennis Becker, who looks down at ace queen. In the small blind position, Dennis Becker. Kestutis on the right hand side of your screen is posting the big blind. But first to speak here, seat 1, right next to the dealer, Dennis Becker, ace queen, chip leader on the table. Looks at the big blind stack, and we can see a 3-bet cut out here in front of him. Looks to be close to 1 million he's cutting out. So in the tank here is the chip leader Dennis Becker, just taking his time, sussing out the situation. Do expect a 3-bet to be announced any second. Taking quite some time, but it will happen. And there it is. Now, Kestutis, what's he thinking about? I do not know. But he does make the fold, and Black Panther Snap folds the A7. Leaves him on just 2.8 million, and Dennis Becker up over 8 million, 8.2 million chip leader Dennis Becker, who now will be awarded the button position, and in the small blind will be the Lithuanian Kestutis, and the Frenchman Anthony Maud will be posting the big blind. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I do have my chat open today. Just opened it, and Elmatic84 in the Twitch chat. Facebook, we will be broadcasting also. So very warm welcome to all of you viewers on the Facebook platform also. Stefan. 5 million stack almost. Averages 4 million. Stefan opens with the ace king in the cutoff. Dennis Becker, same hand. Dennis likes to take his time. Just try and tune in, get all the information that's out there. Wants to find out what exactly Stefan Andres' stack is. Stefan obliging. Charles Les Song, we are playing down to the winner today. We will have one of these players awarded 100,000 plus the World Series of Poker Europe main event seed action with Dennis Becker. Free bets all in. Kestutis again with Jack Rag, again taking his time. He's in no hurry. Looks at one, looks at the other. Takes a moment, takes a second. Thinks about things. Will I call with Jack 4 off? Maybe, maybe, possibly. Will I gamble? Will I do it? No, I won't. Kestutis gets away from the Jack 4. Now, Stefan don't like it, but can't be folding ace king pre. And Dennis Becker says, bad call, sir. What are you putting your money in with that hand for? Stefan, 49% versus 51%. And that's directly related to the cards folded pre-flop. Obviously more diamonds and hearts folded than spades and clubs. But we're going to see a chop pot here 99% of the time. Unless Stefan can hit running hearts. Club on the turn. Confirms the chop pot. Stefan Andres, aka Harry Potter. That's the strength to make the call. Not that easy. Tournament life. Make final day, open, 3-bet all in, look down at ace king. I mean, you just can't be folding, but you know, you're not in love with the situation. You're flipping quite a lot. Sometimes you're dominated. Now, under the gun is this gentleman, Peppino Finocchi, 2.4 million, 20 bigs, folding the ace-5. This is Black Panther, pocket nines. He's going to open again. Just moves in with the nines. Let's rip. And you can understand his thinking. Pocket nines, doesn't want to get involved. Playing the streets. Anthony Mouth folds and Salvatore Di Martino folds in the big blind, and Black Panther happy just to get the blinds and antes that are out there into his stack. They equate to 400k. 60 small, 120 big. No, it's not. It's 80 small, 160 big. And an additional 160 big blind ante. This event you're looking at is the Italian poker sport. That is Black Panther. Drinking his Red Bull, getting pumped up for the day. Looking to have a deep run here. This incredible event. I mean, it is outstanding. The prize pool for such a small buy-in, €250. 625,000 plus in the prize pool. Black Panther under the gun, the 9-7 suited. Been involved in quite a lot. The Black Panther, he folds on this occasion. Stefan folds in the chippy. Dennis Becker takes his time, looks around, gets a feel for what's happening, puts his antenna up, looks around at the clock. Not getting his cards displayed at the moment, but you'd expect him to be opening here wide. 8.4 million. Nearest stack to him has just folded. That's Stefan Enders. Now this guy could hurt him. Kęstutis. And Kęstutis looks down at pocket eights. Dennis has pretty much played every hand. He has played every hand. So Kęstutis may a 3-bet here with the eights. He just puts in the 400,000. Kęstutis. And now Anthony Mouth with the Jack-6 of spades. Anthony in the tank, considering his options, and then decides to fold. The Italian Salvatore folds. Peppino Finocchi, big blind, king 5, serious price, 240, getting 5-1 on his money, but it is a big percentage of his stack. He decides not to continue. So Dennis Becker, the chip leader, versus the Lithuanian Kęstutis. Kęstutis with the pocket eights. You won't like to see that ace on board. Ace, queen, queen. Dennis Becker, pre-flop raiser. Expect continuation from Dennis here. And it looks like a 300,000 continuation from Dennis Becker, and Kęstutis with the pocket eights. I think he can just let this go. Ace, queen, queen. Got no draw. These overcards. favouring the pre-flop razor. Kestutis not convinced. Decides to continue for one street. See what progresses. Well, this is an interesting card. The queen on the turn, right? So straight away, Kestutis will disregard an ace from Dennis's holding. Disregard a queen from his holding with that third queen on the turn. And Kestutis improves from 2-pair to a full boat. Dennis Becker raised pre, continued on flop. Action on Dennis. Depending on the sizing. Were Dennis to go again here on the turn, I think Kestutis will be interested. Looks to be about 475. $450 in fact. Now Kestutis calls flop. I think you need to go again here. If you're good on the flop, you're certainly good on the turn. Kestutis with the full boat. So what's he beating? He's beating smaller pairs that may continue. Oh, this is interesting. Kestutis pulls the trigger. Dennis Becker. Absolutely none of it. Massive pot there. 5.5 million pot awarded to Kestutis. Well, there's 1.6 million profit. The vast majority of that from Dennis Becker's stack, who's now down to 7.3. He's lost over $1 million to the Lithuanian Kestutis. We started the day with 38 players. We're going to be playing to 24 before we pause the clock. And at 24 players, we will have a total redraw. Anthony in the cutoff, 2.9 million folds, and this is Salvatore Di Martino. Peppino Finocchi with the Queen 9 in the small blind position. The Black Panther sitting on about 2.5 million. Well, closer to 3 million, in fact, the Black Panther in the big blind. Peppino moves in and a snap fold from Black Panther. Peppino takes his Stack up to 2.4 million. Black Panther, just under 3 million. He'll post the small blind, 80k. Blinds, 80,160. This is the Italian poker sport. We're going to be playing right down to a winner today. We still have 5 tables in play. All 8-handed now for final day. Seat 1 is Dennis Becker. Under the gun, small pair straight into the bin, and this is the Lithuanian Kęstutis Anthony Mouth with Jack 7 in the hijack, 2.9 million. You can see there's a bust out in the outer table. We're down to 37. Salvatore moves all in, 10 bigs. Ace Jack in the cutoff. Peppino Finocchi folds on the button, and now the small blind Black Panther will be folding the 5 deuce offsuit. Stefan Endres with the 10-9 and the big blind. Stefan Endres folds in the big blind. Now, Stefan Endres, pocket 7s in the small blind. He's got the chip leader Dennis Becker to contend with. Dennis with position on Stefan. These two of the big stacks on the table. Stefan Endres is going to raise, enter the pot with a raise size to 535, which is quite sizable. 3.5x. Dennis with ace 4 in the big blind defends. Already 1.2 million in the pot pre-flop. First to act is Stefan with the 7s, and 7 still good. Dennis Becker has missed. I expect Stefan to continue here. King high board. Well, Stefan checks, and Dennis Becker, with the door open, checks back. Stefan first to speak now on the turn, and he checks again. This is very interesting. Dennis Becker. This is close to a pot size bet. Looks like 1,050,000. Well, it's a little less, it's 850. 3/4 the size of the pot. Stefan Endres. Pocket sevens out of position. This is his problem. And he kind of gave control up by checking both flop and turn. I think I expect Stefan just to let this go. Dennis Becker wins, takes down 2.1 million pot. Bit of a hit for Stefan Enders. 3.5x pre. Thought he would lead out on that king high flop. Decided to check. His opponent checked back, and then he checked once again. Dennis wasn't going to wait again. Fired on turn and checked to him on both flop and turn. This is Anthony Mouth, who really has to generate something pretty soon. Same situation for Salvatore Di Martino. And Di Martino moves all in with the suited ace. Peppino sitting on 2.4 million folds. Black Panther 2.8 million. All these short stacks in a row. It's over for Stefan. Sorry, it's over for Salvatore, because Stefan's going to call with the kings. Di Martino moves all in 2 million with ace 8 suited. Stefan looking down at kings, asking for a count, just deciding whether he 3-bets and isolates, or does he just flatten? Maybe hope someone else gets involved. Stefan Endres with the kings. Stefan three bets with the kings, and we're going to go heads up ace 8 suited. Look at the equity for Salvatore Di Martino. Well, we did see one king folded on the big blind position by Kestutis. That's surprising. That would tell me both kings are in the dirt. So should Salvatore Di Martino hit an ace, Stefan will be in big trouble. Well, it's a good shot. So and 3 would give a straight to Salvatore. Of course, the ace would put him ahead. He's still 34%, quite remarkable. He does have the backdoor clubs. In addition to a straight draw and pair draw, but it runs out 9 Jack, and Salvatore T. Martino is busted from this feature table. Seat open is the announcement from the dealer. Salvatore put his last 2 million in with blinds at 80k, 160k. Don't blame him. Jungle Best, thank you for tuning in, and I appreciate your very generous remarks. World is certainly opening up. This is the chip count for our feature table. 14 bigs for Peppino Finocchi, Black Panther and Anthony Mouth, both on 17 bigs. Then a bit of a distance up to Kestutis Stefan, and then the chippy Dennis Becker sitting on 48 bigs, 7.8 million. This is the Italian Peppino Finocchi with 9-2 offsuit straight into the dustbin, and this is the Dutch player Black Panther, who looks at ace 8. Average stack 4.1 million, 36 players remain. Still have 5 tables in play. We'll be breaking, well, pausing, and then doing a redraw of 24 players. Black Panther makes it 400,000. Ace 8. Kestutis has got loads of play in him, this gentleman. Kestutis in the tank here with the Jack 3 offsuit, but it's not really credible. He's going to continue. Does fold, and now the player in the big blind, Anthony Mouth, folds. Leaves himself with about 16 bigs. Anthony, 2.6 million stack. He will be posting small blind. And the Italian Peppino takes down the pot. I believe he's in the big blind position. I mean, why he's leaving the table is beyond me. I think we're waiting for a player, perhaps, from one of the outer tables. My friend Jaxie has tuned in. Great to see you're alive and well, Jaxie. Same story here in Kings Resort. Crazy numbers attending the Italian poker sport. 250 buy-in, 500k guaranteed, prize pool 624,000. Jaxie, did I get myself the clot shot? I did indeed. Unfortunately, I felt I just had to do it, and I wilted. Got myself double vaxxed. So, new arrival coming to the table. It's a player taking the seat of Salvatore Di Martino, who got busted just a moment ago when he moved all in with the ace 8 suited. And Harry Potter snapped him off with the kings. So, new arrival, taking his seat. Will leave us on 7 players on this feature table. Seat number 8 empty. Big stack is Dennis Becker, 7.8 million, pretty much what he started this feature table with. So, dealer riffles and shuffles, pitches, players getting their cards. Now, Salvatore's name is still coming up, but that will be corrected any moment. Salvatore Di Martino busted out just a couple of moments ago. So our new arrival is sitting on 4.4 million. What his name is, I do not know, but the graphics will be updated pretty promptly, and then we'll see the full details. Black Panther 8-4 offsuit, and Stefan folds, Dennis folds. This is Kestutis on the button position with the king 6. Interesting. Folded around him on the button. I would have expected an open there from Kestutis. Not interested. Just leaves it to the blinds to battle it out. This is Anthony Mao. With 2.5 million stack. And he folds the jack 6. New arrival on the table, getting a walk with the 10-5, and you kind of feel there that Kestutis should have stepped up, given that he's playing above average stack. New arrival on the table, he could apply pressure in the button position there. There's a lot out there. 400k pre-flop. Now, posting big blind is Peppino Finocchi. So Black Panther, our Dutch friend, playing 20 bigs under the gun with the jack 7. Now Anthony looks down at a pair, button position. I think I just let rip here, 16 bigs on the button. If I run into it, I run into it. Can always hit my 3 if I run into an overpair. And I have a 50% chance of holding against 2 overs. And it looks like players just arrived interested. Anthony not looking for action here. Well, 5-4, it's not really a credible scenario that the 5-4 offsuit is going to be calling. Not really understanding what the situation is here. 5-4 offsuit in the small blind versus an all-in 2.4 million. It's never getting called, not ever. So I'm not really clear what the situation is for our player, our new arrival in seat 4. So interesting situation. Anthony lets rip. And then we have the new arrival, Panagiotis Fantosis, I believe his name is. It's been listed here as Salvatore Di Martino, but I'm told that'll be updated any moment. 80,160 is still the blinds. There's a 1 hour clock in play for this final day, so plenty of play. Short stack here, Peppino Finocchi. Dealer pitching cards. Action with Stefan. King Jack. Suited of the club variety for Kestutis. This guy has got the moves. Kestutis. He's got the jacket also. He means business. Anthony. 5-4 off. What's with this hand today? Why are the players so interested? Anthony does fold the 5-4 off. And now our friend, who I believe is from Greece, but the graphics will be updated any moment. It's Panagiotis. He folds 8-7, and now Peppino Finocchi, small blind with the 9-3 down to 2 million. Peppino 10-6 suited. I think Black Panther may defend here. $240 to call, 800k in the pot. Big price. Getting greater than 3-1 on his money. Black Panther decides not to get involved, and Kestutis brings his stack up to 5.5 million. Average is about 4.2. This is the Italian Poker Sport Day 3. We have about 35 players left in the mix. 7 players here on our feature table. Salvatore Di Martino busted out a little earlier when he let rip with the ace-8. Suited ran into kings. Now, Dennis Becker under the gun. 7.8 million. Dennis makes it 325,000, and Kestutis with Queen 4 off suit. Folds Anthony Mao. with the 10-6 suited. Anthony folds. 8-2 suited. Players very reluctant to let go of their trash hands. Everyone seems to be playing a little bit slow today. Black Panther not waiting around. Free bets all in with the Ace King suited, and Stefan looks down at Ace Queen. We've got a lot of action here. Now the problem Stefan has is Dennis Becker. Had it been folded around blind and blind, I mean, Stefan obviously would be snapping this off. But Dennis opening, that means Stefan's not closing the action. Dennis still involved. Decision time for Stefan. 2.9 million shove, and it looks like Stefan has called here, which is the perfect situation for the Black Panther, because he got the nines to fold the hand he's flipping against. In fact, he's a bit of a dog too with that ace and Stefan's holdings, and he got the ace queen that Stefan is holding to call, that he's absolutely dominating. But queen on the board, but a flush draw, still exactly 50-50. King would do, or a club. 50-50, exact equity split jack. Now 10 ball for Black Panther for a straight, but it doesn't happen. Misses the club, misses the 10, misses the king. Well, the 9 would have made a full boat. The weakest hand. Makes a pair in the flop. Stefan busts out the Black Panther. Black Panther getting it in good, but can't hold. Goes behind on the flop. Does have that flush draw, turns a straight draw. And he has a pair draw to go ahead. Nothing produced. He goes bust, and we have a new chip leader, 8.5 million. Stefan Enders counting chips. Kestutis. Under the gun with the Jack 8 offsuit. Well, this is loose. Decides against getting involved. Kestutis. And now action on Anthony, who's thinking about what to do with the Jack 2 offsuit. Now, ace 10 suited. Looks to be close to 400k. 395 in fact. With the ace-10 suited, fold it right around to the big blind. Dennis and Becker not interested. Dennis 7.1 million. Blind still 80,000, 160,000. Anthony with the Queen Jack under the gun. Some crazy hand yesterday. Anthony with the Queen Jack suited versus an under the gun open with Ace King, and Oxymiron in the big blind also with Ace King. Oxymiron just flatted. Came down Ace King 10. Two players flopping top two, and this gentleman Anthony flopping the absolute nuts. Accumulated a massive stack. Had that stack right through the evening, but then late last night he didn't really go up through the gears. You felt that Anthony would begin to assert himself, establish control of the table. It didn't happen. He's going to get played back at here once again. Under the gun open with the Queen Jack, but Kestutis in the big blind with the Ace King, and this guy not afraid to put money in the pot. He looks at the dealer. Announces raise, and it's a 3-bet all in. Massive sizing, but it gets the job done. Anthony has to fold. Now leaves himself with 2.5 million. Will have to post 320,000, 160 big blind, 160 big blind ante. There it is. Which will leave him with about 2.2 million behind. 13 bigs behind after posting. Peppino Finocchi, the short stack, on 12 bigs, and Stefan now close to 10 million after that. Huge pot where Dennis Becker opened with pocket nines, and Black Panther 3-bet ripped all in with the Ace King. Stefan made a bit of a loose call in my opinion with the Ace Queen off. So 32 players left in the field, which leaves 4 tables of 8. So we're going to have a new arrival at this table any second. This is not Salvatore Di Martino. It's Panagiotis. And he's raising here under the gun with the 9-6, and he's raising to 710. It's not credible that this is happening. It really isn't. And Peppino moves in. I mean, this just doesn't make sense. That raise sizing obviously isn't 710. Surely not. Nine six offsuit under the gun. What is going on? And now he's asking for a count. Well, if he did make it 710 to call, 710 under the gun, he's really priced in here. He's getting a massive price. I'm struggling to understand what the situation is. I mean, my eyesight not the best, so maybe some of the viewers can confirm the colour of them chips in front of them. Is there 710,000 out there? Is there 700k chips and 5,000 chips? Is that correct? Pocket tens for Peppino Finocchi. Got a little bit of a gift there. Well, if that was 710,000, it's a huge gift. It looks like a Peppino Finocchi sitting on about 3 million now. Puts the cards on the reader. Under the gun, Queen 8. And then folds Peppino Finocchi over 3 million. Fold it around to the button. And this is the Lithuanian Kęstutis. Dennis Becker is folded. Action now on Anthony. So, new player arrives. Alexandra. Then as a Becker folds Kęstutis. In the cut-off with the Jack 4 offsuit, he gets out of the way. Anthony on the button. What a monster hand here for Panagiotis. He's playing 4.1 million. Small blind with the ace-king suited. Oh boy, look at this stack. Peppino Finocchi, 6-4 offsuit. So min raise from the small blind with the ace-king suited, and Peppino Finocchi Going to make the call, it looks like. Put in the additional 160 to see a flop. No, he decides against it. The table play just seems extremely slow for some reason. Well, these guys have been grinding for a few days now. It's been a laborious test of temperament. See the new player sitting on 11 million. Massive stack. Ruby Sun. Another Italian player. Another big stack. This will add to the dynamics. Stefan sitting on a big stack. Alexander. 3.3 million averages, 4.6, 32 players remain, 4 tables of 8 players in each table. We're going to continue until we are down to 24 and then we pause the clock. This is a new blind level, 100k, 200k. And, well, this is huge sizing with the ace queen. It's almost 4x. 750k from Alexander. Now the 5-4 is an interesting hand. It really is getting the attention for all the players. Peppino, Finocchi, small blind a6. I expect him just to be folding this. And then we're going to move to the Italian, who's just moved to the table with a monster stack. He's playing 10 million behind. Average is just over 4 million. 7-6 offsuit though, he's not going to continue it. Not to that sizing. Massive sizing from the other new arrival on the table, who's in seat 8, Alexandre. The Italian poker sport. It's live from King's Resort. It's day 3, the final day. It's down to just 4 tables. 32 players left from a starting field of close to 3,000 entries. And field size now 31, 4.8 million average stack. Kestutis with the King 5 offsuit, lets it go. Anthony in the hijack with the ace 4. That's Dennis Becker in seat 1. Dennis sitting on about 7 million. Was the table leader at one stage. Now he's third in chips. New arrival Ruby Sun, the big chip leader, and then we have Stefan, second in chips. Anthony needs to make something happen. 10.5 bigs. 4-2 offsuit. Won't be this hand. He'll be letting go the 4 deuce offsuit in just a moment. Field size, you can see, has down-clicked the graphic there in the top right. 30 players from 2,992. Just 1% of the field remain. It's quite an achievement for these guys, it really is, to outlast almost 3,000 players and find themselves here on the final day, final 4 tables in play, playing for that massive score, all that big money up top. The biggest prize obviously is that 100k first place payout. Pocket pair for Alexandre. Ruby has missed. Stefan has the good shot with the backdoor clubs. Snap folds, even though he has quite a bit of equity. The Lithuanian, Kestutis, under the gun, 5.8 million, Queen 4 offsuit. Anthony with the 10-7. Anthony folds, and the next player to act with Ace-6, I'm told his name is Panagiotis Fantosis from Cyprus, but the graphic currently showing Salvatore, but that'll be updated pretty soon. This is the chip leader, 10 million, cut off, 7-3 offsuit, not interested. Button player is Stefan, who's close to 10 million also. This is Andre in the small blind with the Ace-5. He just flicks in the 100k to indicate he's limping into the pot, and Dennis Becker with 5-2 offsuit. Goes for chips, going to make a raise. Andre with the Ace-5 calls, flaps an ace, he checks, and we're going to see a continuation bet from Dennis Becker, who's thinking that ace very favourable for him as the player that raised pre-flop. More likely he'd hear from ace pre-flop from the small blind. Many of the aces would be raising, but Andre deciding to limp with the Ace-5, and now that he's made a pair, Alexandra will certainly check call the 150k bet. Now a good shot for Dennis. Alexandre Herbs. Well, he's check called flop and now leads on turn. Dennis picked up a good shot, but decides not to continue. Alexandre wins $1 million, and Dennis's stack has dwindled. 6 million, still above average, but was sitting on 8.5 million at one stage early on this feature table. That's Anthony's in bad shape. Anthony, he's gonna have to generate something. Anthony under the gun with 10 bigs. He's going to fold the Jack 5, and he's going to be posting 20% of his stack next hand blind. Panagiotis, 4.5 million stack he folds. Listed there as Salvatore now. This is Peppino Finocchi, 2.7 million, 13.5 bigs. Ruby, 50 bigs, folds, and 50 big blind stack also for Stefan, who's going to open here with the Queen 10 and the cutoff. Alexandre folds now. Action with the player in the big blind position, Kestutis, with 10-7. Minimum raise from Stefan. Kestutis should be defending there to a min raise, but deciding not to get involved. Stefan takes down the pot, brings his stack up to 10 million, joint chip leader with Ruby Sun, who's the recent addition to this feature table. One of 4 remaining tables left in the Italian Poker Sport final day. We're going to be broadcasting right through the day, right into the evening, and possibly late tonight before we crown a winner of this remarkable event, the Italian Poker Sport. It really is a standout festival. Highly recommend any viewers watching, if you've never visited during the Italian Poker Sport, it really is worth a visit. The atmosphere is electric. Massive community of Italian players. They're here every week, the Italians, but I mean, they just come in their droves for this Italian Poker Sport event. Now, the player listed here, Salvatore, is actually Panagiotis from Cyprus, and he's going to open with the jacks. He makes it 435. And now Peppino moves all in with the King Queen. Ruby Sun folds the 8-3, and Stefan folds the 9-8 offsuit. So action has moved around to Dennis Becker. This is a pretty bad situation for Peppino Finocchi. Disciplined fold from Dennis Becker. This is a brutal situation for Peppino, because we just watched Dennis fold a queen and now Kestutis folding a king. Anthony suited ace. This could be a spot, you know. He could see the cards. I think he might go with this. His ace is alive. Flush draw, straight draw. Has quite a lot of his stack invested. 20% of his stack invested here. Lets it go, and now action back with the player from Cyprus, who opened under the gun with the jacks, and he's going to go with it. He's going to put all his chips over the line. There's no need to, because he has his opponent well covered, and he's almost 2-1 favourite here versus the two overcards, but there's some of Peppino's Finocchi's cards in the muck. Incredible. Peppino actually hit his queen, but the Cypriot flops a set. Does have a straight draw, Peppino Finucci. So, queen no good, king no good. 10 ball only can save him. It doesn't happen. Peppino Finucci, Busto. It's a pretty decent pot for the player from Cyprus. Looks to be around 9 million. About 8.5. $10 million stack for Ruby Sun, who you see in your screen. The Italian joint chip leader on this table, along with Stefan Andres. They're side by side. You can see a little bit of Stefan's stack on the very right hand side of the screen. He's under the gun +1 for this hand. Ruby Sun himself is under the gun with the King 9. He folds, and Stefan under the gun +1 folds. This is Alex Andre with the King 6 offsuit. Alex folds now. Action onto Dennis, who snap folds in seat 1. Kestutis on the button here. Kestutis wants to open with 4-3. I find it interesting that Kestutis went on the button with the King 6 when folded around to him. Folds, but opens with the 4-3. I guess because it's suited, which adds a little bit of value. Connected. I've no problem with his raise here, but I mean, why wasn't he raising with the King 6 when folded around to him on the button? So 9-5 in the big blind position. Eventually we get a fold, and Kestutis takes down the pot with 4 high. Stefan and Ruby up top, both playing 10 million 50 bigs, and then Anthony in pretty bad shape here. 8 bigs, blinds 100k, 200k. This is Stefan first to speak. Stefan under the gun with the King Jack. I mean, Alex Andre not getting a hand, I don't really understand that. He wants to have a chat with his mates instead of playing poker. He's in a major festival final. Just a few tables left, 1% of the starting field, 100,000 up top. And he wants to catch up on the local news, find out who scored in the regional football game at home. It don't make sense to me, it really doesn't. If I make a final day of a major event like this, I ain't going missing one hand, I tell you that. Now, King 3, small blind, folded. Ruby Sun with ace deuce in the big blind. And Ruby not interested in defending with the ace deuce. Stefan Andres under the gun with the king jack takes it down. I mean, this table playing just way too tight. It really is. And when one or two of these players figure that out, there's huge money to be made. If you have players not defending with an ace to a min raise, I mean, you can really exploit that. You can widen your range quite wide, get folds from a ton of hands that have more equity than your own. Now, Kestutis with the nut low 3-2, that goes into the dealer muck area. This is the very short stacked Anthony Mao, who's sitting on 8 bigs and the cutoff folded around to him. He has to take this opportunity. I expect him to move all in with the king 10. Dealer does throw the triangle out in front of him to indicate that Anthony has moved all in. So, Anthony with the all-in rip for 8 bigs with the king 10 takes down the pot, and it brings him up over 10 big blinds, 10.5. He wins the big blind ante and the small blind, so 2.1 million stack now for Anthony. That is Dennis Becker in seat 1. Now, Dennis, pocket nines, once again under the gun. Exact same situation as what happened in the last orbit. But is he going to run into action again and fold pre-flop? Anthony Mao with the Jack 10. 10.5 bigs for Anthony. I think this goes into the dustbin. Interesting. King Queen. $7.2 million stack for the player from Cyprus, and now ace 10 for the big stack. Ruby Sun, ace 10 suited. Loads of action. Alex Andre getting a big price. He's going to put in big blind, an additional big blind to make the call. King 5, massive price. Getting like 7.5 to 1 on his money. So he comes along with the King 5. Jack 10 7. Ruby has flopped a pair up and down straight, draw for the player listed here as Salvatore, but it's actually Panagiotis from Cyprus. So, Panagiotis with that up and down straight draw. Ruby Sun folds his pair. Dennis Becker, pocket nines, 2 blockers. Kęstutis folds Anthony with King 8. Well, actually, Anthony has the Ace 4. 10.5 bigs, he folds the Ace 4. Graphic showing there, just 28 players left in the mix. And we have the graphic updated, Panagiotis displayed now correctly as the player in seat 5. Queen 7 9 flop. Alexandre, small blind, absolutely none of this. Comes out betting. Dennis with King High. Considering a float here, it looks like. That position. Backdoor diamonds. Backdoor straight flush. In fact. King is actually ahead. Facing a bet size of 650,000, Dennis Becker. Alexandre just 16 bigs behind. He's going to hate it now. Jack 6 off. No pair, no draw. Out of position. He's just, he's just caught. He's caught with his hand in the cookie jar. And he's just going to have to let this one go. Alexandre looking back down at Jack 6 offsuit, and this will go into the dustbin. Dennis takes it down. Wins 1.4 million. Gets his stack back up to approximately 7 million. Change of dealer. Panagiotis, 8.7 million. King 4 offsuit. And now Alexandre has 3-bet all in on the button after a cut-off open from Stefan. And I think Stefan goes with this. It's close enough. 16 big blind shove. Only 2.8 million back to him. Call as I expected from Stefan. 2.8 million, still leave himself with 7 million, which is well above average stack. And Stefan hits, makes pair of aces. Alexandre just looks over. Needs a 10, 10 only, 10 of spades or 10 of diamonds. Doesn't happen. Alexandre Busto. Big pot, 6.8 million, that's awarded to Stefan, who's now the clear chip leader on this table, playing 14 million. Panagiotis, 6-4 suited under the gun. 8.7 million. Makes the fold. Kestutis with the ace in the small blind, and Anthony in the big blind with 5 deuce. Lets it go. He's back down to 8.5 big blinds. He's going to post a small blind here. He'll just have 8 bigs behind. We are deep into this event. It's day 3. We have less than 1% of the total starting field still in the mix. Prize pool 625k. 100,000 plus the World Series of Poker Europe seat will be awarded to the winner. This is Ruby Sun. Haven't really seen Ruby Sun feature yet. New arrival on the table. He's going to open here when in fact he's limped with the A7. But Dennis Becker going to raise this up with Queen Jack suited. Looks like 650. Kestutis, what's he thinking? He does fold the Queen 3. Kestutis actually with the A3. Now, action with Panagiotis in the big blind with 5-2 offsuit. So Ruby Sun limped with the A7. Dennis Becker made it 650. And now Panagiotis in the tank with 5-2 offsuit. He's not closing the action. Panagiotis does fold as expected, and Ruby Sun getting exploited there, the better hand. He has to lay down. He limps, folds to a raise from Dennis Becker. Gets his stack up to 7.5 million. So we're going to take a break in about 20 minutes or so. Going to round up these 5k chips. There's quite a few of them in play. The low value chips will be redundant. Stefan with pocket sevens, but Dennis Becker looks down at ace king. Stefan opens with the sevens. Dennis Becker 7.5 million 3-bet incoming, you would expect, with the ace king. So 3-bet as expected. Ace King, 1.1 million from Dennis Becker. Stefan with the sevens. So Stefan looking to continue here. This looks like a 4-bet. Well, in fact, it's just a flat call. 725 additional chips put in by Stefan to make up the 1.1 million. 3-bet from Dennis, who's completely missed this. Stefan Andres checks, and Dennis Becker with the Ace King has missed, and he checks back. Now, surely what's going through Stefan's mind is he's up against Ace King. That's a likely 3-betting hand. Pre. It's missed here, and the flop missed on the turn. Stefan, you would think, would go for protection. No, he checks. This is remarkable. And he's going to hand Dennis the golden opportunity. But Dennis, with the 2 overs, checks back, and now the 9 on the river. Stefan Andres with the 2 pair, 7s and 9s. I'm sure we're just going to see another check now on this street. Let's see a small kind of blocker bet. It's 2.8 million out there. 600,000-700,000 just to get to showdown. Doesn't want to be faced with a large sizing should he check. That's even smaller. I like this, 400k. Small sizing from Stefan, targeting the exact hand that Dennis is holding, the Ace King. Of course, it's a defensive type bet. Doesn't want to be faced with a large bet were he to check, and there he gets paid off, gets the absolute max with his 7s. 3.4 million pot brings him up to 16 million. One of the overall tournament chip leaders, Dennis Becker, down to 6 million. So just about 15 minutes left before we take a break. The 5k chips will be raced off. See the field size 27, redraw 24 I believe. Kestutis. Folds Anthony. Let's rip with the 10-9 in the cutoff. Gets the button and blinds to fold. He takes his stack back up to 2.1 million. Good for 10.5 big blinds once again. Button moves. Anthony shoving once again, king 9 suited. Stefan with the king queen. Anthony, king 9 of spades. All in for his tournament life. Needs to hit a 9. As we go to the turn. Anthony in desperate situation. 5 of diamonds, no good. In control. Panagiotis, you can see in your screen there from Cyprus in fact. He's sitting on about 9 million. Well, in fact, he's sitting on 8.2. Ruby Sun 8.4. Look at Stefan, 18 million. Dennis Becker, 5.6 million. Average stack is around 5.5 million. So just waiting on a player from one of the outer tables, all the outer tables still in play, and the TD just waiting for the next table to be balanced. Obviously a player in the hand there. It's going to be moved from the outer table to the feature table, so just waiting for this to happen. Coming towards the end of this 100k, 200k BB level. You're watching the Italian poker sport. Incredible festival, really. 3,000 entries. Absolutely remarkable. And we have it the same more again this week. European Poker Days. This happens to be the same buy-in, 250 with a 400,000 guarantee. Kicks off day 1A this coming Wednesday. That is the European Poker Days. We're going to bring all the action from that next week. We're going to be streaming the final day of that on Sunday, next Sunday. 40-minute clock throughout. Tournament will end next Sunday night, pretty late, but it will end maybe 3 a.m. thereabouts. And then the week after, we have the German Poker Days, which kicks off (14th of October). That's Thursday week, German Poker Days. That's a 175 buy-in, 300k guaranteed. That all leads up nicely to the Swiss Poker Open, which really is an action-packed tournament. Swiss Poker Open. Decent clock there, 40 minutes day 1. Then you have day 2, which is 50 minutes, and a 1 hour clock for the final day. The buy-in for that Swiss Poker Open is 300 plus 30. 400k guaranteed for that. Okay, back to the action here. Panagiotis Fantosis from Cyprus with the King Queen. Raises, takes down the pot, and you can see the new arrival on the table, to the left of your screen, playing around 3 million, posting big blind. But first to act is Panagiotis. Eight deuce. Offsuit. Panagiotis. Going to open again? Possibly. No. Decides against it. And now Son folds, Stefan folds, Dennis 5.5 million, average stack, King 9. Well, he's dropped a little below average, in fact. Dennis opening here with the King 9 on the button. Kestutis folds, but Mantas, Lithuanian number 2, who's just arrived. Aces. Mantis with the aces. Dennis Becker, King 9. Does have a draw. Just fold. Mantis up to 5 million. Dennis down to 4.6 million. So, Ruby's son under the gun. Haven't really seen much of Ruby. He's in his box, so to speak. Hasn't really come out to play. Kestutis on the button, but the King 7 now. Mantis, also from Lithuania, with the King 4 in the small blind. Just flicks in that 100k chip, and Panagiotis from Cyprus with the 9-3 offsuit, getting a free flop. Now Panagiotis in the big blind with the 9-3, raises up, and Mantis folding the better hand. Panagiotis, this guy is showing some moves, gets his stack up close to 9 million. Stefan, monster chip leader, total control. He's a huge stack here. You can see players leaving their seats. That indicates to me that we're going on break after this hand. Stefan Endres, 18 million stack. He's triple the average. He makes it he makes it 400k. Blinds are 100k, 200k. And remarkably, Mantis, for the second time in one orbit, picks up the aces. And he's going to get a little bit of money here, I think, from Stefan Panagiotis with the King 10. So the 3-bet to 950, and Stefan does call for at least one straight 9-5 king. Stefan doesn't hit his one outer. He checks, and now we're going to see Mantis, Filibatis continue with the aces. Looks like 800k. About 30%, 33% of the pot size. Stefan with the 8s, he's out of position. This sizing is pretty perfect for Mantis. but Stefan doesn't fall for it. Wants to take his break. We're going to take a break. We're going to be back in 10 minutes for the continuation of the Italian poker sport. Do join us then. Welcome back, Italian Poker Sport. 25 players remain. We're on the final 3-table bubble. Blinds have increased 125, 250. Big stack on the table. Stefan took a small hit just before the break there. Mantis Filibatis with the aces once again. He's worked his stack up from 4.25 million to 6.3 million. And you can see in your screen there, on the right of your screen, that is Kestutis. Then the left hand side of your screen, Dennis Becker. 5Ks removed. That's why we had the break. Got rid of the 5Ks. Kestutis with the Jack 7. This is Mantas. $6 million average stack. 25 players left. Panagiotis with the 6-3 on the button. He folds. Stefan gets a walk in the big blind. 16 million stack, chip leader. Great situation. Average stack for final table. $150 million chips in pay. Stefan in the small blind, and it looks like Ruby Sun has limped with the King Deuce. Stefan is going to raise here. He raised it right up to 1.1 million with the ace 10 suited. This ace 4 goes into the dustbin for sure. Dennis Becker, and now action back with Ruby Sun, who's limp folding quite a lot. Not good business in this line of work. Stefan up to 17 million. Great situation developing for this young man, who's close to 3 times the average stack. Just 25 players left. Currently holds the average for final table. A lot of poker between then and now. Mantis, ace 9 suited under the gun. Makes it 550,000. This is Panagiotis with the Jack 3 offsuit. Stefan folds on the button, and Dennis down to 3.7 million. Remarkable. Had 8.5 million at one stage. Kestutis, big blind suited king versus his fellow countryman. 300k to call. What's in the additional 300k? We're going to see a flop. Kestutis versus Mantis. 7-5 Jack, no connection to this board for either player. I expect Kestutis to check here. Continuation from Mantis, and that's in the hand. He announces 600k. Kestutis will just let this go. So it looks like players are being informed that we're down to 3 tables. That means another break. Clock will be paused. We'll do a complete redraw, and these players will all return, be it to different tables. So we'll be back in 20 minutes. Do join us. You're very welcome back to the final 3 tables. This is the Italian poker sport, and a familiar face there, top of the chip count chart, Morgan Bale. We featured him yesterday's stream. Morgan sitting in seat number 5. Looks like seat 4 is free. Morgan directly opposite the dealer in seat 5, and then we have Panagiotis, seat 6. Florian in seat 7, and then Dennis Becker, seat 8. Left of the table, seat 1 is Florin from Romania, Alex. And this is the Italian Alex Bertuletti. Florin with 6.7 million, which I'm thinking is pretty much exactly average. Alex losing chips. Alex in the Kappa baseball cap and the shades. Very smart sports jacket. This is Florin in the small blind with the 10-8. And Alex lets rip with the pocket 9s. Alex playing a short stack. Pocket 9s. 2.4 million. $6.5 is the average stack. 23 players left in the mix. This is Florin. Not to be mixed up with Florian. Florian in seat 7, Florin in seat 1. Florin Paul Trifan is playing 6.6 million on the button with the King 9 here. Short stack is Alex, and Alex Bertuletti, the Italian, will be posting big blind. So we have 2 Alexes in the blinds here. The Greek player in the small, who's folding now, you can see. And this is the Italian about to come into your screen. There we have him. That is Alex Bertuletti, who's also short. Big blind stack behind for Alex. So, prize pool 625,000. 100,000 up top. Now Dennis, who's in the hijack position here with King 4 suited, makes it 500k, and Florin looks interested. 10-8 of spades. Florin showing quite a lot of intent. Does fold the 10-8 of spades, short stack in the button. Alex folds, and this is the Italian Bertoletti with the 4-2 off suit in the small blind. He will fold just the big blind now. In the big blind is the big stack on the table, Morgan. Well, Morgan pulls the trigger with the King Jack, puts Dennis to the test, and Dennis just has to surrender. Dennis now down to 3.2 million, which is 13 bigs. Two big stacks side by side. Morgan, Bale and Panagiotis Fantousis. They're posting the blinds, and first to speak is Florian Russo, one of two Frenchmen on this feature table. Sound will be lowered for a while. We'll get it back at some stage. This is Florin, PokerKings. Bertoletti on the button versus an open from Florin. Not sure how much intel these guys have in each other, but for sure Florin comes across to me as an action player, and Bertoletti may have been considering to make a move there. Does fold the ace-4, and now action is folded around to the player in the big blind position, which is Panagiotis Fantousis with a suited ace. Puts in the additional 250 to call with the ace-6 of spades, and we're going to go to a flop. King Queen 5 top set for Florin. Panagiotis has missed. Checks. Florin, who's absolutely smashed this, may check back. Top set versus big blind defend. I'd be tempted to give my opponent a chance to catch up. Florin in the tank. Well, it looks like he just wants to get as much in the pot as possible, but he's not going to get another dime out of Panagiotis. And he's going pretty small, 350 it looks like, and that's a snap fold from, well, it's 375. Panagiotis still interested, does have the backdoor spades. Ace high can be good sometimes. I always felt he was going to let that go. So Bertoletti with the ace-9 in the cutoff, and he opens. It's folded right around to the big blind, which is Florian. He snap folds the 4-3. Alex takes it down. So King Jack versus King Queen, and Dennis down to 2.4, sub 10 bigs. So the chip count graphic shows what the situation is. Morgan, big chip leader on this table, playing 13 million. And the short stack is Dennis, sub 10 bigs, Dennis Becker. Bertoletti playing 3.6 million. 23 players remain. That is Morgan Bale. Folds now. This is Florian on the button. 4 million stack. He looks down at aces. Sizing is just so important here. Looks to be the min 500k, which I absolutely love. This may induce action from a player like Dennis, who will look down at ace-6, sub 10 bigs versus a button open. Well, I mean, this is why I absolutely love the sizing from Florian. Florin will be folding the 7 deuce offsuit in the big blind position. and looks back down at the aces, snap calls, turns over the aces, and Dennis Becker just nods the head. He goes, okay, I'm caught. What can I do? 8% equity does not get much worse than this. Ace-6 offsuit versus the aces. All in pre. Pretty much the worst case scenario. King, Jack, Jack. And you can see Dennis just get up. No clean outs. Needs perfect running sixes. Deuce on the turn. He just turns around, walks away. Dominated in 23rd. Alex Bertoletti under the gun with the Queen 8. So, nut flush draw for Florian. Morgan with bottom pair. You're looking at Bertoletti on the right hand side. On the left hand side was Alex. This is Morgan Bale, bottom pair. It's going to look back down, throw this away. So, Panagiotis, 4-2 offsuit. This is Florin. And he looks down at the bullets. $7.5 million puts the shades on. Big blind 250k sizing. No action. Florin takes it down. So 22 players. New arrival on our feature table. Looks to be playing a pretty decent stack. At least average. Well, in fact, that's more. It's about 14 million. So 3 big stacks side by side here. Morgan will have a bit of competition for that top spot. Panagiotis with the King Jack. Well, that's a huge stack. There's 500,000 chips there also. 21 million. Mate folds the 7-2. Must be one of the overall chip leaders. There's just 150 million chips in play. He's 21 million. Average stack for 7-handed play. $8.1 million, ace 9 suited, makes it 500k. Florian, and now Florin in the hijack with the ace queen. Anyone just tuning in, you're watching the Italian Poker Sport final day. Huge prize pool here. $100,000 plus up top. Florin cutting out a 3-bet. You really do get the feel that Florin is an action player. 3-bet incoming with the ace queen. This is all very, very reasonable stuff. Folded around to the button. And Alex Bertuletti will fold the jack 4 offsuit and the massive stack in the small blind. 21 million. Mate will fold. Mate from Romania folds, and then Morgan gets out of the way in the big blind. This is Florian, the original raiser, in your screen, center your screen. Black jacket, sunglasses, with the suited ace. Opened, and he was quickly faced with a 3-bet from Florin. He lets it go. The ace 9 goes into the dustbin. Andre Mars in the chat, just catching up with the Twitch chat now. Appreciate all of you viewers. I'm doing extremely well, Andre. Thank you for asking. Very excited to be bringing you all the poker content from this Italian poker sport, which is, in my opinion, absolutely outstanding event. It really is incredible. Ace 4 suited. Florian under the gun. Makes it $500,000. And Florin, again, he looks down at an absolute monster. Kings this time. I mean, Florian's going to get 3-bet once again. And I mean, he's going to start thinking, hold on a minute. This guy can't always have it. Well, actually, Florian, he does on this occasion. Florin Cowboys. And he has been super active since this feature table kicked off. But he is getting a fair share of premiums being dealt to him. This time the pocket kings cuts out a 3-bet. He wants action, so he's going to size this correctly. I think about 1.2 million. That's a little bigger. 1.4. Now, 10s for the big stack, and it's a serious pretty Mate. He's just come in cold from one of the outer tables. Don't know how much intel he has on Florin or Florian. Florian is the one that opened under the gun with the suited ace 4. 3-bet from Florin. And now Mate does have position. Well, this is pretty disciplined from the big stack. It really is. But something tells me that Florian won't be letting go of the suited ace too quickly. You may be feeling like Florin is exploiting him. And this type of hand is massive. It's that ace. So powerful, but Florian does let it go. And now 10 million for the Romanian you see here in seat 1, Florin. This is the Italian poker sport. All the action from this final day will be on your device, because we are going to broadcast it to you All free of charge, of course. We love to do this because this is what we do, live poker. Day in, day out. Week in, week out. Major festival every week. Some bigger than others. This, of course, for the buy-in level is one of the biggest. Just 250 buy-in, half a milli, guaranteed. This particular edition has attracted close to 3,000 entries. Chip leader here in the cutoff with the ace jack. $525 is the raise size. Florian has taken a few hits. Snap folds 10-7 in the big blind, and Mate wins the blinds in ante. 22 million stack, just 150 million in play. And Bobic in the house. We have first hand one of our viewers who's fired in a couple of flights for this Italian poker sport, Bobic. Great to see you in the chat, Bobic. Hope all is good and the wallet is not too light after your visit to the resort. This is Alex Bertuletti letting rip with the fives. No interest shown from any of the players. Big blind Florin will be folding the king four. So kicking off this week, just to let you know, is the European Poker Days. This is similar buy-in size. In fact, it's the same buy-in, 250, 400k guaranteed, 40-minute clock. Again, expecting massive numbers in the resort. So the Greek player Alex, let's rip. All in shove, 2.8 million. Min raise from Mate in early position with the ace four. It's got the stack here, but ace four not really performing too well against a 11 big blind shove. Well, just reading your comments there, Charlie. I think the All Blacks, they had a bit of a scare, did they not, against the Springboks? Springboks actually beat them, am I right? Or did they draw or something? I don't know, I was told the Springboks outperformed them. Total surprise package. Right. Ace-4 does make the call, so Alex in good shape here. One of the fours is in the muck, so just the 4 diamonds, 4 clubs that is out there. Now which opportunities? 9 ball, 7 ball for the chop. But it's the king. Mate, monster chip leader, paying off the short stack Alex. I don't think it's a crazy call by any means. 11 big blinds, ace-4 off. Raises, gets shoves on. Sometimes he's ahead. And the Greek player, Alex, gets his double. Now posting small blind. You can see the left of your screen there, Florin, who's made some real good progress on this feature table. One of just 3 remaining tables in play. Florin sitting on close to 10 million. In the big blind is Alex Bertoletti. You can see him there with the sunglasses, hood up, big blind posted, and now the chip leader has just taken a hit there with the ace-4. Puts in 525. Interesting situation now, because Florin has just watched the big stack raise an early position with ace-4 off and then call an 11 big blind shove. So what's going through Florin's mind is this guy has all the chips. He's trying to establish his dominance. And maybe my ace-jack is ahead. This is a big moment for Alex. Well, it's a big problem. He lets rip with the ace-queen, and you can see Mate in a great situation here. He knows Florin's still involved. It's going to be at least calling. The only thing he's trying to make up his mind here, does he just isolate and go for the 7.5 million that's out there, or does he try and induce action from Florin? That's a pretty big shove. He's going to isolate. Ace-jack will go into the dustbin, and unfortunately for Alex, he's in desperate shape here. 3-1 dog. Ace is good, but we did see Florin fold an ace. Diamonds are good, hearts are good, straight possibility. All of this adds up to 26% equity. Well, good shot. So jack or ace good now, but one of the jacks folded 10 on the turn. King on the river. Alex eliminated. Don't blame him putting it in there. Good spot, I think. Ace queen takes it down. Pretty big shove, 19 bigs, but I think a lot of the time he takes that pot down. Mate opening wide. Just witnessed him open ace-4 off and call light. And now Mate, 26 million chips. About 18% of the total amount of chips in play. Alex Bertoletti, the short stack with 3.1 million, 12 big blinds. We pause the clock again at 16 players. It's fairly deep. Good structure this. 50 minutes day 2, hour clock day 3, final day. Florin, ace queen in the cutoff, 9.2 million. Cutoff open here from Florin with ace queen. This is the short stack, Alex Bertoletti. 3 million. 12 bigs. King 10 suited. Florin super active. Maybe a spot for Alex to get involved. New arrival, taking a seat in seat number 8. That's where Dennis Becker was sitting. He ran into the aces of Florian. So Florin with the ace queen, raising in the cutoff. No defend from Mate. Back up to 10 million. Florin, button moves, blinds posted by Mate and Morgan Bale. That's Morgan, center your screen. And then we have Panagiotis Fantousis, who'll be under the gun here first to speak. From Cyprus. Panagiotis looks down at 9-5 clubs. 20 players left in the field. 7.5 million is the average. 10 minutes or so left in this blind level. Panagiotis folds, and now action with our new player, Domenico Ruggiero. Ace King. Alex folds. And the small blind will be letting this go. Morgan Bale may be interested. Does put in the additional 500k to see a flop with the Queen 10 suited. Morgan 11 million behind. Domenico with the Ace King, who's missed. Morgan does have the good shot with the backdoor flush and 2 overs to the board. Domenico has missed this. You can see the equity, how close it is. 42.58. Continuation from Domenico. I mean, Morgan does have a hand here that could check raise. Lots of cards that can improve his holdings on the turn. He just check calls the 6-2-5 and we go to the turn. Morgan Bale, good shot, 2 overs. Misses. 10 Jack Queen. He's looking to connect with. Domenico is in the lead with the Ace King. Morgan Bale checks. Again, Domenico checks back. Now, river, ace, relief for Domenico. Just 4.7 million behind, 3.1 million in there. Morgan, queen high, no good. He knows that. But this ace, he's going to hate. More favourable to Domenico's range than Morgan's. So you're going to see Domenico go for a value bet here. Target 8x, 9x. Even a hand like 5-7, 6-5. Domenico with the value bet, but Morgan Bale with just queen high. That's the scoreboard chip count for all the players here on our feature table at the Italian Poker Sport. Final day. 102 big blinds for Mate. Alex Bertoletti. Just 12 big blinds in a stack. Now at last, the short stack looks down at a premium hand, pocket jacks in the cutoff, 3 million stack, looks up at the clock, blind still at 125, 250. Alex Bertoletti. In the tank here. Puts it all in. Pocket jacks. 12 big blind shove. It's not going to get any action. Panagiotis goes no chance. 5 deuce off. So button moves, small blind posted by Panagiotis, big blind Florian. This is Domenico under the gun with the queen 9. He quickly folds, playing 7.9 million, just above average stack, 20 left in the field. This is Florin with the king jack. Min raise with the king jack from Florin. Mate, what a stack, 26 million. more than 3 times the average stack, and there's 20 players left in the field. Now, Morgan Bale 10 million pocket fours just puts in the 500k calling chip, and Panagiotis may also call with the Jack 10 suited. No, I thought he'd be priced in there. Decides not to get involved. He folds. Big blind gets out of the way, so we're going to go heads up. Ace 4 8 bottom set for Morgan Bale, who has position and has an absolute lock in this hand. Florin drawing dead to runner to make a straight. Continuation from Florin. You're just going to see a smooth call, I'm sure, from Morgan Bale. It's flat bottom set now. The ace, a likely card that's in his opponent's range. It's one of the factors going through his mind that may motivate him to raise it up here. Try and get as much money in the pot as possible. There is the raise. Of course, we can see Florin has absolutely none of this, so it's end of hand. But I get Morgan's thinking. Florin has a strong ace there. It could all kick off pretty quick. But Florin with absolutely none of this. Bottom set for Morgan Bale brings the stack up to about 11.5 million. Average is around 7.5. 20 players left in the field. This 125-250 level about to expire. And then we'll be up to the 150-300 level. This is Florin under the gun with the 10-5. This will go into the dustbin. Domenico in the big blind with the 9-8 suited. Certainly expect Domenico to continue here. Now this is interesting. Panagiotis with the flush draw, with Domenico. With top pair. Looks like Domenico has led this. In the hand, Domenico takes it down. Morgan Bale with the big slick in the hijack. This is Florin with an ace in the big blind. 425 is the amount to call. Raise size for Morgan 725. Blinds are up, they're 150, 300,000. Florin has 300k posted in the big blind. An additional 425,000 to call. Nine, three, king, two spades. Florin does have the ace of spades, but Morgan with pretty much a lock in this hand. Top, top. Continues for 1 million. Florin. With ace 4. Florin does fold. Leaves himself just under 8 million. Morgan Bale wins the pot, takes his stack back up to 13 million. That's what he started this feature table on. 24 players remaining. He was sitting on 13. Now we have 19 players left. So chip leader under the gun, 26 million stack. King 10 offsuit. You can see the graphics on the top right showing 7.8 million average stack, blinds 150, 300k, field size 19, under the gun race in the chip leader with the King 10, and action with Florin here in seat 1, 9-7 small blind. Is just going to be folding this versus the chip leader. And now the short stack, 3 million, 10 bigs behind, Jack 2 offsuit. Not very attractive proposition for the short stack. Bertoletti just lets it go. Leaves himself 10 bigs behind. He will be posting 150k. He'll have 9.5 big blinds. That's the chart there. 26 million monster stack. Overall tournament leader Mate. So 2 Frenchmen, 2 Romanians, Italian, and a player from Cyprus who you see now on your screen, Panagiotis Fantousis with 7-2. This will just go into the dustbin. Next to act, button player Florin, 9-6. Folds now Alex Bertoletti with the Queen 5. Moves all in the small blind position with Queen high. Ace 5, this is a call. Has to be. He's going to get a call. He's going to get a count on the size of the stack. Here's the calling chip. And unfortunately for Bertoletti, both cards aren't live. He needs to hit, but hitting a 5 is no good. So a queen is what he's looking to connect with. Mate, Ace 5. Chip leader. This will bring him up to 30 million. 3 hearts, no player with a heart in their holding. Ace 5 for Mate. Queen 5 for Alex. Running hearts for a chop. 9 on the turn. Queen and queen only for Alex Bertoletti. Doesn't happen for Alex. He's busted out. Eliminated in 19th place. And Mate with a stack close to 30 million. Average stack for 5-handed play. Mate. That leaves us with 6 players on our feature table. Still 3 tables in play. 6 on the feature table and 6 players on both the outer tables. 18 players total. Under the gun, Panagiotis with the suited king, he folds. And now Domenico with the suited connectors, 8.5 million, which is pretty much average stack. Domenico makes it 650 with blinds at 150, 300k. 650 with the suited connectors folded around to the chip leader, who has a bit of a laugh, and Morgan Bale will be continuing, you'd expect, with the Queen Jack. Morgan Bale puts in the additional 350. We're going to see a flop. Domenico does have the advantage of position. He's in control of the hand, pre-flop razor. He has missed, but so has Morgan. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here. Well, Domenico has given up. Morgan bail. Queen high. Warded the pot. So button moves and Florian under the gun, suited ace, 5.8 million, average stack 8.8, 17 left now. Another bust out from one of the outer tables, 17. So we're going to pause the clock. When we're down to 16. So Domenico under the gun. Snap folds. This is Florin, 7.8 million. 8, 5 of clubs. Viewers just tuning in, it's the Italian poker sport. It's a 250 buy-in. This has been played out right now, live in Kings Resort. 3,000 entries, well, close on. 2,992. Please don't argue with me over a couple of entries. Prize pool guaranteed of 500k, but it is 625,000 plus a bit more. Now, Panagiotis moving in with the ace 3. Well, we have 17 players left. We will pause the clock when we have another bust out, and we're going to have another redraw, final 2 table player redraw. Six-handed on our feature table. Florin under the gun with the Queen 6 offsuit. 750 out there pre-flop. You can see the graphic in the bottom of the screen. Big blind 300k, big blind anti 300k, and that 150 with a small blind, equating to 750, 3/4 million pre-flop. Mate, big advantage. chip leader. Now, I mean, where Morgan has gone is it's incredible that he's not there to play his hand. But anyway, Florian looks down at a suited ace in the small blind versus an open and the hijack from the chip leader, and he just lets rip with the ace-4 suited. And I don't have a problem with this whatsoever. Chip leader is going to be opening so wide. This suited ace, perfect 3-betting hand. The ace containing key card, that ace-4 with a key card, the ace blocking so many premium hands. This suited does have a straight draw should he get called. Flush draw. A lot going on with that hand. Decides to 3-bet rip all in and force pretty much the same strength hand to fold. Mate under the gun, 28 million, 8-7. He's going to go again. I mean, Morgan just not available, which is bizarre. It's like minus EV here, being away from the table. How can you actually play better away from the table? It's impossible. You need to be at the table to make things happen, to accumulate chips. By being absent, you're only going to lose chips. And Morgan does return. This is Florin with the ace-jack in the big blind, facing an open from the chip leader under the gun, Mate. 8-7. Florin looking at the clock, looking at the situation. 17 remain. All these players guaranteed 4,000 plus. Remember, this was just a €250 buy-in. Really decent prize pool. 100,000 plus the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat for the winner. Florin cutting out chips. Did 3-bet here. And this is the 3-bet with the ace-jack. Mate will just let this go. 1.775. Graphic showing 1.8. Mate just handing his cards over to the dealer. No big drama. Opened light. Gets a shove back in his face. Nothing he can do. Take it away. Right hand side is Florian. Change of dealer. So small blind versus big blind. Florin in the small blind, limping in. Mate checks his option. He's completely missed this. Florin, first to speak, 8.3 million. He checks. So, Panagiotis with the Queen 10 under the gun. You can see the graphics there, top right, showing 17 players left in the field. We'll pause the clock, went down to 16. Florin on the button with the King Jack suited, 9.5 million. You're going to see an open here from Florin. Chip leader in the small blind position with the Jack 10 offsuit. Yeah, I don't know. I think he just lets this go, Mate. Mate in the tank. He does have great flexibility with that stack size. He has the room to make all kinds of plays. And he's going to 3-bet. This is going to be pretty difficult for Florin. Florin. King Jack suited. Mate in the small blind here. 3-betting to 2.1 million. Snap fold all around. Back to Florin, who opened originally. King Jack is suited, but it's a precarious situation. So, decision time for Florin. And the 3-bet from Mate forces Florin with the King Jack suited to lay down his hand. Such a big advantage having the chips. Now we don't have table sound, but we will have that sorted, I'm told, in a matter of moments. There is just 17 players remaining. Ace Queen here for Florian. Dominico with a suited ace himself. So, button with Morgan. Looks like clock might be paused. We may be down to 2 tables. I think we're going on a break. We're going to be back right after we do the redraw. I think it's about a 15-minute break. See you back for the final 2 tables of the Italian poker sport. You're very welcome back. Final day of the Italian poker sport. This is our feature table. We have the chip leader, 27 million. That's our TD, just overseeing proceedings. We have 3 stacks, sub 20 bigs, Mantis, Adam and Simone. Look at Joseph Gulas Jr. You can see him there. Joseph Gulas. That's Joseph Gulas. Seat 1 is Morgan. And this is Stefan under the gun, the jacks. Stefan makes it 600,000, blinds 150, 300,000. My mic is low. Let me know, is that any better? Thanks for letting me know. So, Stefan Endres, 16 million. Your mic is fine. Thank you for letting me know that. Now, this kid is talented, but see this guy on the right hand side, Joseph Gulas, explosive player. And Joseph under the gun here, King Queen, 13 million stack, average 9.3. Of course he's going to be opening. Next to speak is the Lithuanian Mantis. And that is the big stack, Mate, pocket pair, 27 million. What a situation for this guy, the Romanian. Decides not to get involved. Cut off is Panagiotis. And Adam here in the small blind. Adam folds the 8-4. Stefan, you'd expect to defend with the Jack-10 offsuit. I think this is a real action board. Open ender for Stefan Enders and top 2 for Joseph. I mean, this could explode. Stefan with that up and down straight draw checks. Joseph Gulas Jr. with the continuation bet after flopping top 2. Stefan going nowhere, that's for sure. Just flat. No big drama. Check call. It is 9 or ace for the nuts. And then reassess. Strategy. Well, appear to go along with his up and down straight draw, Joseph. Still in the lead. So a jack now is Trip draw is good. Jack also good now, along with his ace and 9. Stefan checks Joseph Aguilas Jr. So, what gets there? 9-10. Not likely. Would he call a good shot? Ace 10 probably would have heard from. So Joseph comfortable to continue. On the turn he sizes up a little, 1.8 million into a 2.8 million pot. Now Stefan. With a decision to make, it's getting expensive. He could be dead to a chop. Not out of the question for Joseph to have the ace 10. Stefan does fold, and Joseph Gulas gets his stack up to the 14 million mark. That's the TD. Can he get his baseball cap? Button moves. That's Stefan on the button. 8-handed on this feature table. Mantis under the gun with the Queen 7. Joseph deciding just to let go of the Queen 6 offsuit versus the open from the chip leader. 28 million for this guy Mate.
One. I have 2. Okay. Sure. No.
Simone folds. This is Mate, chip leader, pocket queens. Panagiotis with the 7-3. He's just going to hold that out. This is Mantis in the big blind, showing no interest.
So much respect. So much respect.
Charles, just to let you know, the final 3 tables are 8-handed, final 2 tables 8-handed, and then the final table is 9-handed. And the reason it is 9-handed, it means that the final 2 tables won't be imbalanced when they play. So there won't be like 5 on one table, 4 on the other table, you know, waiting for an 8-handed final table, if that makes sense. Because that would mean the table that's 4-handed, the button is going around faster. They're posting more blinds. They're getting more hands. So that's the reason the final table is 9-handed. So the final table bubble is like 5-handed, 5-handed, 10 left. And then when a player busts, they stop the clock. I hope that helps. These tournaments are run pretty slickly, I have to say. I mean, even when I went to Kings first, several years ago, it struck me as a really well-oiled machine. Couldn't believe the numbers they could cater for. Registration, seamless, quality staff. The staff are always very high quality, but I mean, it's got even so much better over the years. Customer service is a huge priority here for the owner, Leon, senior management, and the floor staff, for the whole crew. In fact, this is Simone with pocket tens, moves all in. Morgan Bale opened with the A7. So Morgan does let it go. Simone moves in, takes down the pot. Left hand side of your screen is Joseph, the middle is Mantis, and then to your right, stacking chips, is Simone. Blinds 150, 300,000. Now, Panagiotis. So Morgan Bale once again opening here, this time with the ace jack, and it's the chip leader in the big blind with the 8-7. He decides to Put in the additional 350,000 to realise a flop here. All these players, of course, guaranteed 4k plus. We are in a money jump worth about 600 odd euro. Now 9-9 king has gone check check. Ace high good. Mate. Well, I can't see how he can win this. He can't. He can only chop with a king and a 9. Drawing dead to a chop. Mate, the Romanian. Checks. We're going to see a check back from Morgan. And now the ace on the river. Now, depending on Morgan's sizing, this bet might get called. Mate is going to be checking for sure. Well, he's going to try and move Morgan off an ace. I don't think it's going to work. Snap call from Morgan. 2.3 million bet from Mate. Hoping for a chop. Mate. Bit of a misstep there. So viewers just tuning in, you just happened to stumble across our stream. This is the Italian Poker Sport Festival you're watching. This is live in King's Resort, Rozvadov in the Czech Republic. You're looking at the final table of a tournament that started some days ago. Well, it's one of 2 final tables left. There's just 16 players, 8 on this feature table, 8 players in the outer table. Total amount of entries for this tournament, 2,992. This is Joseph Gulas. King 8 in the hijack. Lets it go, and now we have Mantas. He folds. Simone on the button folds. Mate in the small blind with the 10-8. Chip count chart. Shortest stack Adam, Mantis, Simone, and then Pangiota Sol on 20 bigs or below. This is Adam, the shortest stack, 10-7 under the gun. Now, Mantis in the hijack with 5.2 million. makes it 800k. Blinds are 150, 300k. So this sizing rather big, close to a 3x. Mantis takes down the blinds and antes. Simone on the right hand side. Center your screen, Mantis. Blind still 150, 300k. Another 10 minutes, I reckon, in this blind level. It's a 60-minute clock. Players just looking at the outer table. Looks to be like a bit of action. Mantis with the nut low here, 3-2 offsuit. Simone 10-8 suited. Very attractive hand. But given his stack size, just too dangerous to get involved. Mate, the chip leader, has position on Simone, and Mate playing from a very wide range. 6-4. Offsuit in the cutoff, just a little bit too wide for him. Panagiotis folds now. Morgan Bale in the small blind with the king nine. He just puts Adam all in. Adam looks down at a pocket pair. 13 bigs. 14 bigs, in fact, behind. Blinds 150, 300,000. Do you want to take a punt? That's the question. I think I do, you know. I mean, almost always flipping here. Sometimes you run into it, you're up against a bigger pair. Sometimes you're dominating your opponent, you're up against ace 2, ace 3, ace 4. This is pretty close. I think I'd take a punt myself. 14 bigs. Posted. Ante. Posted big blind. Looks like he's going to go with it. It's very close. This is a coin flip. I don't mind either way what he does. I don't mind a fold. I think I prefer a call. Adam. Well, he lets it go. Besides that, he'll get a better opportunity, and he very well may do. Still has 14 bigs. Sometimes these opportunities don't present themselves. Mate, chip leader, hijack, king 9. Well, Panagiotis with the pocket eights. Panagiotis moves all in. Morgan has to fold the ace jack, and going to see Adam here with the jack 10 suited in the small blind. He just has to let it go. There's just way too much action. Stefan flicks his 6 deuce towards the dealer. Mate says, well done to Panagiotis. So the scoreboard, Adam, 13 bigs. Will you regret that fold with the small pair? I'm not sure. Time will tell. Mantis. $20 big blind stack, 7-2 offsuit under the gun. Now, good situation for Adam on the button here. 13 bigs.
You are 15.
Adam announces all in. And Stefan hasn't folded. Stefan with 15 million. Ace 10. Asking for a count. This is close. Stefan Andres. Very close. One of the factors may lean him towards folding is that Joseph is still in the hand. Stefan is not closing the action, and it's not out of the question for Joseph to wake up with a hand, but he announces call with the ace 10. He's not going to like it. Quickly turns over, and then he looks at Adam's hand and he goes, okay, you have it this time. But I mean, I get where Stefan's coming from. Adam is doing this from such a wide range. That's pretty close to the top of his range. And I'm loving this top that Adam is wearing. Anyone know where you can get one? Let me know. King 3-4. This is pretty good scenario for Adam. Flops top. Backdoor hearts for Stefan, backdoor straight. Oh boy.
Never easy.
And look, Adam just looks at his opponent as if to say, don't do it. This would be pretty brutal, but it doesn't happen. Adam gets a double. Brings him up to 28 big blinds. It's close to average stack. Right back in it. Stefan takes a hit. I believe we're going on break. And it is a break. We're going to be back in 15 minutes. Do join us.
Chip right?
Hallo.
Kolik tam mám dát?
Then on the phone. Yeah, ace king, ace ten. And ten came. Ah, you had ace ten.
Thank you.
Yeah. My daughter is fan. How old is she? 32. And she's a lawyer. Yeah, yeah. He was in England last week and she buys many things. She's working for Russia.
Welcome back.
And she's traveling to London for
Final two
9
tables.
months.
Fines 200,000,
Yes,
400,000. Average stack 10 million. This is the chip leader, Mate. Suited king. He makes it 850k with the big blind at 400k. Panagiotis sitting on about 18 bigs. It's Morgan in seat 1 and Adam got his double. Ace King versus Stefan's Ace 10. Looks down. King Queen suited. Opportunity beckons. Three bet incoming. Well, that's just the call, 850. Joseph Gulas Jr. Ace Queen suited in the small blind position versus an open from the chip leader. Flat call from Adam. Joseph Gulas Jr. 2.7 million in the pot. Looks around, trying to establish what the exact scenario is. Estimating opponent's hand strength compared to his own. Ace Queen suited. Could see a 3-bet, could see a flat call. Not going to see a fold. We're certainly going to see Joseph continue. And the type of player he is. He likes to be the dominant player. It's 3 million. $3.1 it looks like. Mantis quickly folds, and Mate is just going to let go of the suited king. Doesn't really have any decision to make, but Adam does have a decision. King Queen suited versus what could be a 3-bet squeeze from Joseph Gulas Jr., the real aggro player on this table. But King Queen, do you really want to put in another 2.3 million with King High? The answer is no. Adam does fold. Joseph getting his stack up to 15 million. Folded around to Joseph on the button, 9-2 offsuit. Does have the big stack in the big blind. Well, in fact, it's Simone on the big blind. Look at this, 9-2 off. And folded around to him. Always hard working, this player. And for me, over the last 2 days, has shown greater ambition, the more intent from any of the other players. Simone just has to give up. The same holding, can't do anything with 9-2, 4.8 million stack. He knows Joseph's at it quite a lot. And look at that money, free money, 1 million in chips added to Joseph's stack. 16 million now. I believe that takes him to second in chips on this table.
You are staying for the next tournament? Are you leaving also? Tomorrow?
So small blind posted by the player in seat number 1, which is Morgan Bale. Excuse me. It's Simone posting small blind. Big blind Mate. Panagiotis under the gun, he falls. Morgan Bale again absent. Don't get it. Obviously has other pressing business. This is Joseph Gulas Jr. Gets out of the way, Mantis folds, and now Simone, super steady this guy. But Jack 6 offsuit. What can he do? See that awkward seat where the chip leader has position on him and he just
No.
wilts.
Joking.
Mate gets a walk, he'll take that.
But also you must come.
Morgan misses another hand. The players are winding him up a bit. Change of dealers.
His name? His name is...
Simone down to 11 bigs. 11 and a half to be precise. 12 big blinds for Mantis. 18 and 19 bigs for Panagiotis and Adam. Then a bit of a gap. Stefan 28 bigs. Joseph 40 bigs. Morgan 42 bigs, and the chip leader up top, Mate. It's interesting situation. Well, it's interesting because all of these players guaranteed a decent payday no matter what. They have 20x their initial stake, regardless of the outcome, how far they progress. It's all a bonus. But I mean, all the big payouts, as we know, paid out in that final table. Morgan opening with the king queen under the gun, Mantis with pocket fours. Fours go into the dirt. Simone with just 11 and a half bigs, he folds. Mate, the chip leader in the small blind, folds, and no interest. In the big blind from Panagiotis from Cyprus. Now Stefan with the jacks. Big blind 400k. We're going to see an open here from Stefan Endres. Playing off 11 million stack. He makes it 800k, the minimum raise. Mantis. 25 bigs. Holds the ace 9, and this is Simone. The short stack. Folds the 10-9 off. Chip leader Mate, suited king. This will go into the bin, I expect. King deuce of clubs is folded. Now the blinds. Panagiotis with queen 7 offsuit and Morgan Bale. Ace 8. 400k's should be peeling here. Ace 8 could be ahead. Wow, that's pretty tight. Ace 8 to a min raise. $4,755. The minimum guarantee to all these players. 100,000 is first place payout plus the seat to the World Series of Poker Europe starting next month. Now, Stefan Andres. A lot of quality, this guy Stefan. As has this young gentleman Joseph. Like father, like son. His dad, final table, the party poker, World Poker Tour here last year. I think he was 4th for 90,000. This is Simone, who is the shortest stack on the table. You can just see Simone. Fold out all these trash hands he's getting. Mate, he's getting a few trash hands of his own, but he's got the chips to generate some action. He looks at the button and blinds and thinks he can take advantage here. Does get the player on the small blind to fold, which is Morgan, but Adam is a different story. Ace 10 and the big blind. There's the 3-bet, end of hand. Mate is folded, even while the dealer's counting here. Mate has got his cards in the muck. Well, he doesn't, but he should have. Hand is over. 2.4 million, 3-bet. There is the surrender. Adam gets his stack up to 9 million. Nice progress. Now, can someone please explain to me what is going on with Murray? What's he doing? Like, he's losing all this precious information. He doesn't know what happened there. Chip leader got 3-bet. This is all pretty important if you ask me. And what's even more important is he's missing another hand. I'm just perplexed. I don't get it. It's not like there isn't enough breaks. Anyway, maybe he's getting coaching. But the first thing, well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire his coach. Because the first thing his coach should be telling him is, get in your seat and play your hands. Don't miss a hand. You're setting money on fire by doing that. Okay, end of rant. This is Mate with the Queen 9 in the hijack. And now fold by the player in the cutoff, Panagiotis, and Morgan's not available. He's otherwise engaged. Adam folds, Stefan King 8. Puts in 850k. Blinds 200,000, 400,000. Stefan makes the call with King 8. Both players flop a draw. Double gooder for Mate. Top straight draw for Stefan. Mate can comfortably continue here. That's the kind of board that favours his range. Ace Jack 10. Stefan lets his cards go. Mate takes down the pot. Gets his stack up to 25 million once again.
Number 8 with
Absolutely bizarre. Morgan missing another hand. Mantis under the gun with the 7 deuce. Simone with the Jack 9. Mate 9-6. Panagiotis. This looks to be pretty big. 400k is the big blind.
house?
2.8 million. Well,
Good for
thought it was big. 7x. What the idea of that is, I'm not entirely sure. I'm guessing he doesn't really want any action. And he can fold some hands that are better than the king queen, like ace x. A lot of weak aces. A lot of medium aces. They're not going to want to continue, pay a price. 7 bigs to see a flop. I guess that's the thinking. The only problem there is someone plays back at you. What do you do? Well, Simone at last picks up a hand, ace jack. Mate is going to ask for a count. No, he's not. He's not folds. What is the story with Morgan? You know what? He could be punting. That's what I'm thinking. He's punting on the gaming tables.
not music.
That's the only reasonable explanation. And you do hear shouts sometimes when he's absent from the gaming floor. I think it's him. Here he comes back. Very difficult to be absent from the table, come back in cold, and kind of have the same read as the players that have been there continually. There's a certain vibe. I mean, every table's different, every tournament's different. But the longer you're there, the more hands you play against your opponents, the more information obviously you collect, but the more you're kind of tuned in, so to speak. I think that's going to be a disadvantage for Morgan, who leaves again.
What to do?
He's definitely having a punt.
When I have cheese, I like to play more. When you don't have cheese,
Now, this is Joseph Gulas Jr. (10-4) suited. Doesn't need an invitation to open on the button when folded around to him. And you can just see Simone just look at him like, I know you're at it every time picking on my big blind. Well, do you know what? Here we go. Let's do this, my son. And there is the 3-bet jam from Simone. 11 bigs for Joseph to call. It's a tempting proposition, but he just can't do it. A couple of blinds less if his hand was up that ranking table a little bit more, perhaps, but it's just too big a shove, too weak a hand. Combination of both of these factors is going to force Joseph Gulas Jr. to fold out. And Simone scoops a decent pot. 1 million profit. He gets the 800k raise from Joseph and the 200k small blind from Mantis. Now, full table. We've 8 players on our feature table, 7 on the outer table. Average stack is about 10 million. Panagiotis opens with the King Jack suited, it looks like. Well, he hasn't actually. He's folded the King Jack of diamonds. Folded all the way around to Joseph Gulas, who makes it 825,000. Mantis with just 10 bigs, and he folds the ace-8. Interesting. He's happy to let that button run through once again. Didn't even consider it. And now Simone, another 3-bet shove all in with the 10s. He's going to get a stack up to 8.3 million, 21 bigs. And he shows on this occasion. I love Sarajevo. You're very welcome. Thank you for joining. How many Italians left in the field? I do not know. That is the truth. I know we have Simone on this feature table. I'm not sure who else. A couple of French players. We have Adam here from Kosovo. Czech player. German. I'm not sure. Just one Italian on this feature table. Mantis from Lithuania. This is Simone. 21 bigs.
Yes, play your game, no problem.
I can't actually find results for Joseph Gulas Jr. What comes up is his father's results.
Little bit more. Oh.
Okay, Mate with the king 8 and the small blind, putting his entire stack in, but his greatest exposure is 6.9 million, which is the stack size of the player in the big blind, Panagiotis. But Panagiotis has woken up with a pair here, pair of tens. He snap calls Mate's ship. Mate drawing to a king. There's 3 kings in the deck. 8 of diamonds on the turn, which gives him a pair. Another 8. Would you believe running 8s? That's pretty brutal. King 8 versus 10s. Running 8s. That is brutal. Panagiotis Fantusis from Cyprus. Good run.
Who is Harry Potter?
Bad beat, not nice.
Who is Harry Potter here?
But that's tournament poker. That's what happens. Best hands don't hold every time. Gotta have a stack that can withstand these beats. Panagiotis has gone bust. 32 million now for the chip leader, Matai, who hit running 8s. Your mum loves me, says bad play gets rewarded. I'm not really sure that's bad play. I think that's perfectly okay to do. Fold it around. Blind versus blind. Your king is ahead there quite often, and you can actually get a lot of hands flipping against you to fold. Stronger kings like 10 jacks, queen 10s, all these type of hands would fold, and even some weak aces would fold. So I don't think it's a bad play whatsoever. In fact, I think if you'd done that 1,000,000 times out of 1,000,000, you would actually be in profit, because you're just going to win the big blind ante so many times. It's going to make up for the times that you do get called with a better hand and that better hand holds. So I'm sorry for disagreeing with you. You sound like a really wonderful person, but I don't think bad play from the chip leader there whatsoever. His greatest exposure there was 6 million. And he had 25 million stack. So, 14 players, I believe, left in the mix. And we're about halfway through this 200,000, 400,000 blind level. A lot of quality in this table. These 2 guys you see in your screen, Stefan Andres and Joseph Gulas. Simone, also for me, thoroughly impressive, as is the chip leader, Mate. He seems to know how to play a big stack. So 800k from under the gun, and now action with Mate with a suited ace of his own.
We have another big stack of 11.
No, Andre, you got your maths wrong there, buddy. So he's 32 million now, right? And he took 6.9 off his opponent. Right, so Stefan getting 3-bet here. Adam with the Queen Jack suited, this just gets mucked. Way too much happening. Put in 1.8 million here and you may not even realize a flop. It's got to go in the bin. There's no other decision to be made. Well, I mean, he could come out with some kind of high level cold 4-bet, which would work, I'd say. But Mate there just showing the skill level. Ace-3 suited. Good hand choice to 3-bet. It's the superior ace to fold. Stefan. Let's go the ace-9 suited. Okay, so button is in seat 1, our friend Morgan. Posting blinds, Adam and Stefan. Under the gun, Joseph, who snap folds Mantis. He's got to make something happen pretty soon. 10 big blinds, button moving around. Announces all in, triangle moved in front of his stack. Simone, 9.1 million folds. Chippy, 6 deuce offsuit. Is junked and it's folded around to the small blind Adam. Stefan, king 9, but doesn't want to even give it a second thought.
Be careful when you look at the card.
You can see it?
Simone just saying to Mantis that he can see his cards.
I need more chips to cover.
Mantis saying I have more chips now so I can
Doesn't
cover
matter.
the cards.
Doesn't matter.
I was polite, so don't take it.
Good atmosphere out there. It's tense. It's big money at stake. Just 13 players remain. Mate once again opening 33 million stack. Ace 3, Adam with king queen on the button looks interested. It's pretty much the Mate show. Once Joseph folds, well, this is tight on the button. Stefan with 9s. $9.2 million stack. Pocket 9s versus ace 3. This is the 3-bet. Different shoves, snap fold from both Joseph in the big blind and Mate. And now Joseph heads to the gaming area. So Joseph posts a small blind, Mantis in the big blind. Mantis with just about 10 bigs behind. Simone with 18 bigs. No, what am I talking about? 23 big blinds for Simone. Under the gun, he makes it 9-2-5, fold it right around to Stefan, who looks down at Queen 8. This goes into the dustbin, and now Joseph in the small blind folds the 9-7, I think. Joseph considering a 3-bet. I mean, he just seizes these opportunities. He perceives them to be opportunities where he can talks himself out of it. Now Mantis, 10.5 big blinds behind, King 9 versus under the gun open. 5-2-5 to call. I'm calling there. Why not? Can flop. Pair, 2 pair, trips, full house, straight, flush draw. You don't buy a ticket, you cannot win the prize. Mantis does defend with the King 9. He misses, but Simone won't be too delighted with the flop containing ace and queen 2 overcards to his jacks. I'm just looking at some comments here. And someone remarking that this is a turbo tournament. Well, you haven't been watching the stream, that's for sure. Day 2 started 4 o'clock yesterday and finished at 4:30 last night. This is level 31 or 32. This is a 1 hour clock. I mean, that's just totally incorrect saying it's a turbo. The event has to end at some stage. And players' stacks do get lower, right, when the blinds go up. That just happens. Restarted today at 2 o'clock. And now coming up to 8:30 here in King's Resort. And still plenty of play left. We're not going to have a winner for at least 4 hours. Now, Mantis, sixes, pulls the trigger. Morgan. Who opened with ace-4 under the gun +1, ace-4 suited. And now a sub 10 big blind shove. So 2.8 million to call. This is close, I think. Close enough for Morgan to put in the calling chip. Look how close the equity is. Remarkable. 42% for the ace-4 suited versus the sixes. Even with that, 6 of spades and Mantis is holding. That would tell me there's 6 or 2 folded. Now pair draw, sorry, 2 pair draw, trip draw for Morgan. And he gets there on the turn, Morgan. 1-6 left in the deck. Mantis, Busto, and what a gentleman. Just says, okay, that's it. Well played. Nothing I can do. Got my money in good.
Joshua, repeat quarter. Yeah, repeat the quarter. I bet Joshua. Oh, I see.
12 players remain. Blinds still 200,000, 400,000. About 15 minutes or so left in this 200k, 400k blind level. And 12 players left in the mix. You can see the top right, all the stats. 12 remain. Adam, ace 10 suited. Time to come out and play, Adam. Blinds 200,000, 400,000. You're going to see Adam raise here. Make it 1 million. $850k with the ace 10 suited and Simone in the small blind with the queen 10. He's just going to fold this out, and action now will move to Mate, who should be defending, you think, in the big blind position with ace 9. He's 400k invested, 450 to call.
Problem.
Funny if someone goes on Jesus, man. Yeah, because
I don't. I can't.
Well, this is a great board for Adam. Flops 2 pair. Mate has hit 2 pair, but Adam with the superior kicker. Mate checks calls. So, check call on turn from Mate. And we're going to see a split pot here. I think Adam checks back here. Getting called on 2 streets. Not out of the question his opponent is playing a 4, but probably more likely he's missed the draw, but he's going to see the news. Got a little bit unlucky. Chop pot.
Jack, no good Jack.
Glass half full, half empty. The glass half full or half empty.
The lifeless.
Don't have it. For everyone in the world.
Stefan. Ace Jack suited. Blind still 200k, 400k. So, 12 players remain. This is the Italian Poker Sport final day. All of these players guaranteed 5,350. But there's 20 times that up top. 100k cash plus that 10k. World Series of Poker Europe main event seat valued at 10,350. Joseph Aguilas Jr. Suited king. In the hijack position, this is Simone. And now Mate with pocket sixes. Button position. Mate just flat calls with the sixes. So we're going to go to see a flop. Mate has the benefit of position. Joseph, the pre-flop raiser, flops 2 pair. We'll probably check this. Joseph, Gulas does check. Mate with 2 pair. I think his sixes are good, but I can think he'll check this back. Or does he come out and protect his 2 pair? That's the question. Well, there's your answer. 900,000, it looks like a third of the pot. Joseph going absolutely nowhere. Joseph's kicker has improved. Kings with a jaker. Mate with 2 pair on. It's about 3.5 million. Well, 2.8. Joseph raise pre, opened light with the king 5. Mate just flat it with the sixes. King 9-9 flop. Joseph checked his 2 pair. Check called, and he's check calling here once again. $2.8 million call. Now we're looking at a 10 million pot here. And still a street of betting to go. River. Full house, and that's brutal for Mate. His sixes are counterfeited. Joseph, I believe, will check again. Try and induce action from Mate. The only problem there is the 9 checks back. Straights check back. And he may miss out in value. That's the problem. So this is the predicament. Obviously, if he could see Mate's hand, he would snap check this. Try and induce some action from Mate. It's about 6 million. Still may check this, Joseph. This is pretty high level stuff. I really don't know what's going on. Well, this is what's going on. Joseph going for value, but there's no chance. Mate is going to call here. He's just playing the board. Joseph gets his stack up to 18 million. Mate still the big stack on the table, 28 million. With Joseph Igalis second in chips. Now, 400,000 level, about to expire. We're going to be moving to the 250, 500k level. Morgan, actually sitting on 19 million. Morgan is second in chips on the button here. Don't remember him winning a big hand. Adams just got to fold the 8-3 offsuit. Adam on the button here with King 8, 7.1 million stack. Blinds are up now, they're 250, 500k. 14 bigs for Adam. Six players on our feature table, 5 on the outer table, 11 players. This is Mate with the A7 under the gun. Makes it 1.1 million. Blinds 250, 500,000. Adam with 14 bigs. Stefan on the button, no interest. With the weak queen, Joseph in the small blind with the Jack 10. Now Simone with a pocket pair in the big blind position. Jack 10-3. $3 million out there. Checked twice to Mate, the pre-flop raiser. And he checks back once again. Nobody wants this pot. Simone has hit a set. Mate, ace high, lets it go. You kind of feel Mate could have won that on flop or turn. We're playing a little bit more cautious since losing that sizable pot to Joseph a couple of hands ago. 11 players remain. 2 players from the final table. 2 more bust outs and we create that final table. All these players guaranteed 6,000. Ace Queen for Adam. Here we go, 14 bigs. What does he do with Ace Queen? He's certainly going to play it. Mate, King Jack in the big blind position, puts in the call. Now Mate flops top pair,
Open.
but Adam is continuing.
Is it open, yeah? Paris. Paris. three buyers. No good. He, Cristiano Ronaldo in Europe.
One, yep.
Adam getting check raised here. Ace queen. Just 9 bigs behind. Wouldn't be out of the question to go with this. Probably not likely. He just waits for a better spot. Could be up against Queen Jack. His queen would be dead. Ace 5, Ace 6, his ace would be dead. If he knew his ace and queen were live, I think he would go with it. Adam does fold.
What? Go home. Home.
Mate connects with the board. Check raises on the flop. Gets his stack. Up to 30 million. Simone's still there. Adam now in pretty bad shape, 8 bigs. Simone 21 bigs, Stefan 21 bigs. Joseph 18 million, Morgan Bale 20 million. Where is Morgan getting all these chips? I just can't recall him playing hands, playing pots.
See you in Marseille. Yeah? Oh, you are a rich man. How?
So there's a player being moved, which tells me we're down to 10. So just 4 in the outer table, 6 on the feature table. So one of the players in the feature table get moved. That's the next big blind, which would have been Morgan. So he goes to the outer table. So we're 5 and 5. Pocket nines first. Stefan under the gun. He makes it a million. On the button, Simone with the king 4. He folds. Oh, hello. I mean, this could be curtains for Stefan, given how active Mate is. Mate has 3-bet him a few times already. Stefan might make a stand with this. Stefan with just 20 bigs behind. I'm not sure can Stefan get away here. Mate, pocket queens. Nice situation developing for Mate. The big stack, 30 million. That could very well be 40 million. Because if I'm Stefan, I think I'm making a stand here. just the way this table's unfolding, Mate is very dominant. His three-bet frequency way higher than, well, I would say everyone, even including Joseph in there as well. He does three-bet to 3.3 million as expected. Stefan, 2.3 million to call. Well, he's not folding. And he does announce all in. I genuinely expected that, given the way the table has been playing. And Stefan Andres has run into it, nines into queens. 23 million pot. Can he get lucky to survive? Stefan hits the 9 on the turn. Massive moment in this tournament for Stefan Andres. Gets lucky against the queens. Spikes a set. Oh boy, that is unbelievably brutal. Queen on the river to eliminate Stefan. That is just sick stuff. Stefan absolutely shocked. Mate is just laughing with the dealer. How can you do that kind of board, he's saying. 40 million plus monster chip leader now, Mate. We are down to the final table. 9 players in the Italian poker sport. We will do the read receipts and back in 20 minutes.
Here and Saturday go home.
No, I don't. everyone. So finally, this is the final table, right? I keep asking you for this table. Thank you.
Welcome back. It's final table time here in King's Resort. Final 9 players. Simone in the centre of your screen has made it short stacked for a while, but has worked his way up to 11 million chips. Igor
Yeah. No problem.
folds. Adam is the short stack, 3.4 million. Let's rip with the ace 4, 7 big blind all in shove. Kamenko. C1 Mate, easy decision, kings. Unfortunate for Adam, he's run into it. And it's his nemesis. Mate. He's running pretty hot. 40 million stack. Well, above 40 million. He's going to have 47.6 million. Well, he's going to have 45 million now in a minute. If kings hold here against ace 4. Top set for Mate. Deuce on the turn confirms the elimination of Adam. Doesn't wait around to see the 3 of clubs on the river. Completely inconsequential. Mate. Playing 45 million. Massive stack. Average is about 18.5, I believe. Kamenko is the short stack on 15 bigs. No one really in desperate shape. Plenty of depth to this final table. It is a 1 hour clock. Second in chips is Morgan Bale, who you see in the right hand side in the yellow hoodie. Morgan playing 21 million. And then beside him to his right is Joseph. So, Igor under the gun. Kamenko, 15 bigs in his stack. Igor playing about average stack. Total stack size just over 17. There's been so many bust outs. Kind of losing track of the average. I'm guessing it's around 17, 18 million. Well, it is. There's 150 million in play, so it's about 18,500. 18.5 million is the average stack. 8 remain. All these 8 players guaranteed 9.5k. Split pot. Both players playing the ace jack. Jean Paul Nicholas under the gun with the Queen Jack.
I 27. 32. 32. On a pas le droit de parler en français.
Florian with the big slick. Ace king suited. And this is the short stack Kamenko. Looks down at king 10, I think Kamenko is. King 10 suited. 8.6 million. 17 big blinds. So, Jean-Paul Nicholas puts in the $500,000 with the 8-5 suited. Going to go to a flop. It's going to be Action City here. Jean-Paul, flush draw, straight draw. Florian, top pair, and the nut flush draw. Two stacks similar in size. Florian bets $500,000 continuation bet. He's absolutely smashed this flop. Now, club would be pretty sick. 8 will keep Jean-Paul interested. He checks, and now Florian is going to go big, I think. 3.8 million in the pot. He's going to go at least 2 million. It's 1.3, still with the small sizing. Jean-Paul, well, that's absolutely brutal. Club on the river. This is a sick board. It really is. Now, how much does Florian get from Jean-Paul is the question. How big is this lead out from Jean-Paul? 6 million in the pot. I'd say it's around 4 million. The sizing is 2.4. Florian, sitting with the nuts, looks back. Yeah, you have the nuts, my friend. Hasn't changed. And someone's betting into you. Jean-Paul Nicholas flopped the combo draw. Added a pair to his hand on the turn. Then rivered the flush, but he's run into it here. He's going to be absolutely decimated. Because Florian looks to be making it around 7 million. $6.5. Huge proportion of Jean-Paul Nicholas's stack. He just calls, right? And then he sees the ace king. Fairness. Takes it well. Massive pot, massive hand.
Video.
Massive pot. Florian.
This position
position is not good.
Could have got the lot, but he'll take that. What a sick board. Eight players remain. Average stack around 18.5 million. Chip leader is still Mate. Second in chips now Florian after that huge pot. Third in chips I believe is Morgan. Very short. Jean. Morgan 21 million stack. Average there you can see is 18.7. And Florian second in chips 24 million. Ace 10 strong enough to open. You'd expect. Makes it $1 million to go with the ace 10. This is Kamenko, who will fold the queen 5 suited. Action on the chip leader, who's sitting on about 45 million. It's Mate, 7-4 off, and now Simone, 19 big blinds. He folds. This is Igor, 16 million stack on the button, the 10-9 offsuit, and the short stack. Shan folds. Joseph, 17 million behind, as opposed to big blind ante. Playing pretty much average stack at the start of this hand. Joseph Goulas Jr. Joseph with the 3-bet with the jacks. Action back on Florian. Joseph makes a 3.6 million. Florian. Ace 10 unsuited. Let's it go. Joseph. 19 million stack. Biggest stack he's had. At any stage, 19 million, just above average on this final table. 8 players left. All these 8 players guaranteed 9.5k. 100,000 plus the 10k ticket up top. Joseph small blind, big blind. Posted by Morgan. Florian under the gun. 23 million, 6-3 suited. Now Kamenko. Queen 7, not much he can do with this. Joseph with 9-3 offsuit small blind versus Morgan in the big blind. And it gives Morgan a walk. 5-4 suited. Morgan wins the button. Blinds are posted. Morgan with interests all over the casino. Now, first act is the short stack. Kamenko. 8.6 million, 5 deuce under the gun, nothing he can do. Chip leader Mate, probably let this go, early position. Plenty of time to establish his dominance. Simone, 19 big blinds, will have to generate some activity at some stage, but not with this hand 5-2, that goes into the bin. This is Igor with the 10-7 of hearts, no interest for him. Snap fold from the short stack. Jean. Joseph making it 1.1 million on the button. Morgan in the small blind with the Jack 10 suited. Big blind gets out of the way. So we're going to go to a flop. Jack 10 of clubs versus 9-7. Flush draw for Morgan. Joseph with none of this. Checks back, and Morgan hits a flush. Bets it out, end of hand. Joseph with 9 high.
Yeah.
No pair, weak draw. It's end of hand. Well, Joseph setting something up for the river. It's not going to work, Joseph. It's a flush, Joseph. Joseph makes a flush. It's the fourth nuts, in fact. So he's probably going to pay Morgan off here. This call on the turn by Joseph. I expect he was trying to set something up. He's run into the absolute nuttiest of nuts. And you can see how comfortable Morgan Bale is with the royal flush. Joseph has made a flush himself. Problem here for Joseph is this turn. Called on the turn, it surprised me. No pair, really weak draw. You hit it, you don't know where you are. And that's the situation. Just hit the flush. Joseph Taking his time. Jan Paul not too impressed. He's short. Good fold. Well done, Joseph. Royal flush for Morgan Bale. Eight players remain on our final table. All of these players guaranteed 9.5k.
Very nice hand.
Mate under the gun with the ace jack.
I saw you watching.
Makes it 1.1 million. Jan folds the ace 10. Joseph, 4 deuce offsuit. Cutting out a 3-bet here. Joseph with 4 high versus a raise from the chip leader, the overwhelming chip leader. It just shows you the heart of this guy. To sit in the end.
No, there is 6 million there.
There's the scoreboard. Critical situation for Jean Nicholas. Just 11 big blinds.
I feel it.
Kamenko in the small blind with the king 8 suited. Kamenko, the short stack. Well, he's playing 14.5. Big blinds behind. But Matei is going to put him to the test here. Matei with the A7, Matei with all the chips. Matei looking at a stack, just grabs his column of chips and puts the
Talk about something.
14 bigs
You can talk about anything.
all in. Kamenko has to fold the king 8.
Yes, ace. Nice read.
But moves.
Now we can.
Line level still the 250, 500k blind level.
Just two? Every table I know everybody. It's a big thing.
So small and big blind. Mate posting small blind, 47 million stack, and the big blind is Simone. This is Igor under the gun, 16 million stack, 7-6 offsuit, he folds. Nicholas, 10 bigs for Nicholas, he folds. Joseph folds. Morgan, Bale with the suited connectors, 24 million in chips. Kamenko folding on the button, and now just the blinds. Chippy, 48 million. Third of the chips in play, average stack for 300. Mate, what an opportunity. 100,000 up top. You really got to fancy him to go deep. Looks down at Queen Jack here. Simone with the 9-8 in the big blind position. Just 17 bigs behind for Simone. He decides not to continue. Flicks the chips over towards Morgan. Morgan takes the stack to 25 million. Average is around 18 and a half. This is the final table of the Italian poker sport. Final 8 players. So, Joseph versus Jan. We're going to see snap call here from Joseph for sure. He's going to be continuing. He's just considering whether to re-raise, isolate Jan. I mean, Jan had
5, 7.
such a healthy stack.
5,775.
11 big blind shove from the Belgian player.
English, please.
Just looking at the chat, Bobic, yes, WhatsApp down, buddy. I've deleted it and everything, tried to reinstall it. I hope I don't lose all my history. But back to the action. This is a Joseph. He's always continuing here. He's just considering whether to flat the 11 big blind shove or to isolate the short stack with a re-raise. Morgan didn't like folding. King Queen suited for Kamenko here. He gets out of the way. He's going to go up the money ladder should Joseph bust out Jan. Simone will just fold the 10-9. So here we go. Flipperoonie. Straight raise, small pair versus 2 overs, ace king versus the 4s. Couple of Joseph's cards in the bin already, but he'll take this. Jean just ran so bad with that 8-5 of clubs. Flush draw, then turned pair with the flush draw. Straight draw also. Flopped a straight draw with the flush draw, then turned a pair. River the flush. Pays off the no flush. King in the window. King on the board, sorry. Not good news for Jean. Small pair gone behind. Joseph top. 9 on the turn. 4 and 4 only. 4 clubs is in the dustbin. 4 spades, only card left that can save Jean. It doesn't happen for him. And that is devastating. It really is a huge blow. Belgian player. Big stack. Big dreams, big ambitions. But he's gone busto here at the IPS final table here in King's Resort, and it's at the hands of this man, Joseph Gulas, who we picked out, early yesterday. He was just by far the star performer. Things haven't really changed. He's now sitting on, guess 25 million. Let me know, is that sound okay, guys? Sounds like it's a little bit low. Let me know how that is. 7 players remain, 21 million average stack. Kamenko, the shortest of all of these stacks on the table. This is the chip leader, Mate. Nice and calm. What a temperament. What an attitude this guy has. Takes everything in his stride. Okay, Igor, small blind with the 10s, facing a race from the chip leader. Got loads of quality on this table, and this guy Igor knows a thing or two. 3-bet to 3 million, and now Joseph Gulas 24 million behind. After posting big blind ante, looks down at ace jack, interest, gets away quite comfortably, not interested, doesn't want to get squeezed out, folds the ace jack, and now Mate in the cutoff with the king 7. Just lets it go, doesn't complicate things further. Igor gets the stack up to 17 million, wins the button, blind still 250, 500k, and we just have about 10 minutes left in this level. Leo Saint, liking that lay down from Joseph. I liked it as well. I like when players are very clear thinking, very deliberate, they know what they're doing, they're just in the zone, make a decision, go with it. A couple of these players are showing a lot of class for me. Florian, Tens makes it 1 million. Kamenko can't do anything with 8-3 offsuit, and Simone may be interested with the king. Jack of clubs. There's 7 players left on this table. And we're going to see action. 2 massive stacks. Florian with the tens. Joseph Gulas Jr. Ace King suited. Ace King. Absolute premium.
For who?
Joseph
For who?
cutting out chips. This could be a huge pot. I'm guessing Florian just flats with the tens. Once this 3-bet arrives over the line. Morgan folds the 5-4 suited and now action back with Florian. Pocket tens for Florian. Certainly going to continue. Asking the dealer again for clarification on the raise size, how much he owes, and there it is, 2.6 million. Put in. Joseph be feeling pretty good that he didn't get 4-bet. He's going to rule out aces, kings, queens. Well, it's pretty much an action board. Florian with the overpair. Joseph with the nut flush draw. 2 overcards. You can see the equity. Pretty much what it was pre-flop. All the aces and kings are out there. Well, in fact, the king of clubs is folded. But there's 3 aces, 2 kings. There's a bunch of diamonds. Joseph continues. Now, this is interesting. Florian. Pocket tens. How big does this pot get? That's the question. Florian calling pre. Of course, he's going to continue. What's in the money? $14 million in the pot. Queen on the turn. Joseph Gulas has the quality to pull the trigger, believe me. Has the heart. Not afraid. Looks down at his stack. Florian is just wanting to get to the river. Wants to show down his pair of tens. It's not going to happen. Joseph Gulas Jr. Monster draw, but no pair. Florian, big favourite, 2-1 favourite, but I think you're going to see a demonstration of real strength here from Joseph on the turn again. It's going to be difficult for Florian. He's just sitting there. Expecting an onslaught, and that's what happens. Joseph puts him to the test, the ultimate test. This is for his tournament life. Florian, 15 million. Still 30 big blinds behind. Plenty deep. What does he do? 10? I'm starting to think they're not. Looks at the clock. Looks at the situation. Looks at the other players' stacks on the table. Seen a similar hand last night. Last time before the break, Joseph getting involved. Forced his opponent off the better hand, just like he's done again. Big fold for Florian. He's not going to like that when he sees it in 30 minutes time on the live stream. Looks like we've got another break. Joseph Goulash, he's just full of creativity. Absolutely explosive. We're going to see more of him later. Do join us in about 15 minutes.
go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back to the live stream. It's the Italian Poker Sport final day. We're broadcasting live from the resort. This 3,000 entry event that produced a prize pool of 625k. 7 players remain. We're into 5 figures now. $1,440 exactly is guaranteed to all these 7 players. One of them will be awarded the 100,000. Quite remarkable that 6 figures on offer for a 250 buy-in. So, Mate, chip leader, suited king, yellow chips, the 1 million value chips in play. You can just tell this guy Joseph is going to be big problems for Mate. On this occasion, no resistance The chip leader takes down the pot, brings the stack to 48 million, which is about 30% of the chips, total amount of chips in play. He's the clear chip leader. Joseph in second. And the short stack there on the left hand side of your screen on the right side. Left hand side is Kamenko. And then on the right is Simone. Blinds now are 300,000, 600,000. Will be for another hour. Joseph folds. This is Morgan Bale. He folds all in from Florian, putting the short stack all in, and he has to call. Turns over. Aces. Kamenko. What good timing for the short stack. Kamenko. Big blind looks down at aces. Florian in the small blind puts them all in. Florian, I believe, would have got that news. He was bluffed off a big pot. Now he flops the good shot. 6 first straight. Running diamonds. Running nines. Running kings. Black jack. No good for Florian. Kamenko way out in front here, 82%. 10 would do it also. 8 on the river. The short stack Kamenko gets his double, brings him up to 14 million, leaves Florian with just 12 bigs. Blinds 300k, 600k. He's left with 7.3 million, 12 big blinds. He is now the short stack. Left hand side of your screen there is Morgan. That in the center of your screen is the short stack that just doubled. Seven players remain. All players guaranteed 13,440. But the jumps now starting to really matter.
Yeah, but you know, if it happens, it happens.
So button moves, button now with Florian, who you see on the right hand side of your screen. He's now the short stack, playing about 12 bigs. Chip leader posting big blind on the left hand side of your screen, and this guy, the Italian, the Simone, really solid guy. Very steady. Been playing really well, Simone, but just hasn't got a stack together. Folds a suited ace. Igor folds. Now Joseph. Gulas. Folded around to Florian. Kamenko in the small blind. I think this is the one hand he could just let go, even though he's ahead. Mate with 7-4 in the big blind. Chip leader gets a walk. Brings a stack close to 50 million. Button moves, blinds posted. Simone posting big blind ante. Leaves him with just about 12 bigs behind. Change of deck, that's Igor. Under the gun. Couple of yellows in a stack. He's playing about 15 million. Well, 17 million in fact. 7-3 now under the gun. Joseph folds, Florian folds, now Kimenko on the button with the 10-9. 13 million. $21 bigs. A bit of freedom here now. After getting that double. Kimenko making it 1.3. Wins the 1.5 million that's out there pre-flop. Simone now with just 11 bigs behind after posting small blind. Igor posting big blind ante.
Call for 100.
Kimenko getting a nice run of cards. Looks down at kings. Cut off. 15 million stack. Average is about 21 million. Simone, 11 big blinds. Gonna have to do something soon. He folds the ace-4, but Igor in trouble. Pocket jacks. Igor 16 million behind. Both these guys sitting on similar stack sizes. Kimenko with the kings and 3-bet incoming, it looks like, from Igor. Kimenko is just loving life at the moment. Got his double through Florian. Picked up another pot since, and now pocket kings. The cutoff, he opens the big blind, plays back at him, looks down at his kings. He's had position here, 4.3 million free bet sizing, 3 more million to call. He just moves all in. Tough for Igor to get away. I think he will. Very tough though. Ace, you convince yourself you're up against ace king. Ace queen, there's the call, but he's in real bad shape. Surprised I didn't think about that a little bit more, given the situation with Simone's stack and with Florian's stack. This is just, I don't know. I'm thinking this is a misstep from Igor. He's a quality player. Haven't seen him make any mistakes. Snap that pretty quick. I think it all goes in on the flop anyway. If that's any consolation. He does have a couple of outs. A jack. And you can just see he's shoving his shoulders, going to the rail. River to come. Kamenko, would you believe, is up over 30 million. Igor just has 3 bigs. Well, I tell you, Simone and Florian were looking on with great interest.
Wow.
How much?
That's given them a fantastic chance to go up the ladder automatically. You'd expect this 2.5, 3 big blind stack from Igor to be going in over the line next hand. If not then, certainly the hand after. Dealer confirms what the graphics are telling us.
Amazing fold.
In your screen is Morgan. Not sure what the story is. So 7 players still in contention. But we have one of these players on life support. You can see there Igor listed as 2 bigs. It's a little bit more, 1.7 million. Big blind is 600k, closer to 3 bigs. And you can see Florian and Simone stack 11 and 12 bigs. They are absolutely delighted with that outcome. Well, to be honest with you, it would have been even better if Igor spiked a jack and it just eliminated Kamenko. That's an automatic pay jump. They do have a little sweat, but they're big favourites to go up the money ladder now. So Kamenko, suited ace. What a turnaround. What a great life it is for Kamenko at the moment. But he deserves it. He's been playing extremely well. And now he's moving up through the gears. 21 million average stack. He's sitting on 31. Mate, the chip leader, might just have to knock him back a peg or two. King 10 of hearts versus the ace deuce suited, opened by Kamenko. There is the 3-bet. Mate is just letting Kamenko know he's the gaffer, he's the boss, he's the table captain. But look at this, interesting. Now, I think Simone just has to let this go. Given the situation, Igor has just a couple of big blinds. And you can see Simone having a laugh because that's his reasoning. He's thinking, I'm going to have to fold this even though I know I'm ahead of these guys. Kamenko on a run. He's going to be opening wide. Mate, the monster chip leader, he's going to be 3-betting wide. This is open season when there's a player with just a couple of bigs on the table. The big stacks have the freedom to, basically just do anything they want. All these other middling stacks that can damage them just can't go to war. They have to lock up, and you've seen a demonstration of that there with the ace queen just getting folded from Simone. Now back to Kamenko, who's thinking to himself, okay, gotta let it go. he is the table captain. He is running the show. Mate, 51 million. And very comfortable. Very impressive temperament from this gentleman. Really does come across as quite knowledgeable, very comfortable. In fact, all these players on this final table, every one of them, bar none, have put in a hugely good account of themselves. This guy, Florian, has to be super proud of himself. I mean, he got bluffed off a big pot, yeah. Ran bad when he ran into the aces. But believe me, he has the quality and skill to come back. This is Mate. I know it's 7 deuce, but he should be opening any two. And he's got the memo. He's read the book. He knows the story. Given the situation, he has to run riot here. And the longer that short stack Igor's on the table, the more beneficial it will be to him. Joseph is just not liking the situation. You can just see Joseph. 8-4 off. He can do anything. Totally unpredictable, this guy. He knows that Mate knows that he should be opening there any two. So Joseph is going to say, hold on a second. He might have all the chips, but I'm the one that's got the ambition. I'm the one with the greatest intent. I'm the one going all the way to the top here. And this is just quite remarkable. It really is. You can see the skill level of these players. Mate opening with the 7-2, and rightly so in my opinion. And Joseph exploiting the fact that he's one of the few players that can damage Mate. Mate won't want to go to war. Someone stepping up to him like this, he won't like it, but I think he has to just let it go, unless he can just go to another level and muster some kind of crazy 4-bet with the 8-4 off. That would just be different level stuff, but does fold. And again, what a demonstration from this explosive player, Joseph Goulas. Interesting dynamics. Player on the table with 2 bigs. A couple of big stacks going at it. Kamenko, seat 1, 30 million plus. Mate, 50 million, and now we have Joseph sitting close to 30 million. This is Kamenko. Under the gun, the 9 deuce, he's just going to let this go. Very strong, aggressive players here. Mate will go once again. Queen 5. Simone, well, he knows he was ahead with that ace queen, but there's nothing he could do. Igor moves in the couple of blinds. Joseph with 4's interesting situation. Problem is he's not closing the action. It's Mate who's still alive, and Mate's going to be calling here, I think. I don't think, I know he is, but first of all it's Florian in the big blind. He's going to do the mathematics, possibly make the call, and that way there's double the chance to bust out Igor. Igor all in for 1.4 million total. Florian has 600k invested in the big blind. This is pretty smart in my opinion. Mate also calls. So you can see it's double the percentage to knock out the twos. Igor just 26%, whereas if he goes head to head, he's a 50-50 shot, and there you have it. Florian flops two pair. He's just going to check here, I think. Mate happy to check flush draw to go along with his two pair for Florian. He's getting checked down. This 5 on the river. May go for a little bit of value here. Two pair. Ace is going to pay him off. And that's the end for Igor. His twos wouldn't have held anyway. Mate got there on the river. So Igor was never going to survive. But it's Florian who does the honours, eliminates Igor. The Italian goes out in 7th place. And then there were 6. That's a big moment, I think, for Florian. He had the composure there to call in the big blind. You might think that's easy. It was only 800k. It's not easy. Action was still open. Or was it? Perhaps not. That would make even more sense. Mate was probably held to just call or fold. So, yeah, pretty straightforward call. Let's be honest. Bobic again, keeping me in tow, confirming that by calling in the big blind. He was closing the action. There was no raise. It was an under raise by the short stack, so there was no option to raise from Mate. Now Joseph Gallas Jr., 33 million. Can't say anything that I haven't said before about this man. He is quality act. Queen 5 suited Kamenko. Nice run, Kami. 5-3 suited in the big blind. 6 remain. All these 6 players guaranteed 17,633. And it's a pretty sizable money jump from 6th to 5th, because 5th includes that World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. Kamenko behind here. Joseph with the Queen High Ace King 9 flop. Joseph going to continue. He'll take down the pot, bring a stack.
I'll never.
Up to about 35 million. $35 million average stack, 25. We have 150 million chips in play. Nine still 300,000, 600,000, and will be for another half hour. Six players first to speak. Simone under the gun, 11 bigs. Joseph, 35 million in a stack, average 25 million. Mikhail Halo asking, will there be a replay? All of our streams are uploaded in our channel, so you can go over them. You can find them all. So when you awake from your slumber, Mikhail Halo, you can log on to the King's Twitch channel and it will be up there. Pretty interesting table this. It's very interesting, to be honest. It is soaked with talent. I'm loving the skill level I'm seeing. And it's not often, I mean, you always do get a few high level players on these kind of lower buy-ins. There's always one or two real elite tournament players, but we have a treat here. We have several. Yeah, the early tables were a little bit slow, a little bit nitty starting off today, but some real talent on this table. A few punters also. This is Florian in the cutoff with ace-8, 10 million stack. You're too kind. I really appreciate all these generous comments. Really does please me to see that someone is enjoying my voice. My word, I do know I drive some people crazy. But enough about me, back to the action here. Interesting situation developing. Kamenko on the button. First is the cut-off open. Now these guys have history. You remember blind v blind. Florian moving in with the king-9, putting Kamenko all in, but Kamenko just looked down at aces. So Kamenko knows Florian's opening range here in the cut-off quite wide. So you're going to see a 3-bet from Kamenko with the king-jack. Mate folds, and now action around to Simone. He's literally not getting a chance to put chips in. It's just every time there's just too much action in front of him. And a snap fold from Kamenko with the king-jack. Good recognition there from...
Try, right?
Sorry, snap fold from Florian. Good recognition from Kamenko.
Maybe nobody. Yeah. You never know. You never know. You have to try.
Morgan Bale under the gun. 10-9, 23, still average stack. Morgan. Now more present at this final table than he was previously. These stakes are getting high. The money jumps are colossal. They really are getting more and more significant, and this is a huge jump between 6th and 5th. Joseph in the big blind, defends with king 7, rightly so, connects with the 7, and again Mate and Joseph clashing. Why do I feel like these two are heading for a massive battle for big money? Joseph with a pair. There's no way he's folding this. Defends with king 7. Flops a pair. Of course he's going to be calling at least one straight. Head here so often, and if he's not, that's fine. He can always reevaluate the situation on the turn. 6. Nice safe card for Joseph. Checks now. Decision time for Mate. Do you go again and try and move Joseph off these 7x, 3x club draws, straight draws type hands? Well, does check back. 2 pair. Love to see a check here from Joseph. King. A card Mate could very well likely represent as the player in the button opening, but Joseph has that fear of missing out, being first to act, ready to check. Mate check back with something like King 9, King 10, King Jack type hands. Well, he'd never check back a king, I suppose, but 8s, 9s, 10s, probably check back. Weaker 7s. Joseph, 5.8 million, Mate. Ace high. Never going to hero call, but maybe considering a raise here. It's not going to work. Mate looks back down at his hand. Ace high. Mate, believe me, is thinking about making a move. Joseph flopped a pair, called when check turn, he rivered 2 pair. Pot size bet from Joseph. Mate with just ace high. Well, he did hero call. Remarkable. Mate felt his ace was good. It was that pot size bet that got Joseph paid. It aroused suspicion. Mate thinking that Joseph was trying to steal the pot. That's quite remarkable. Kamenko, King Jack suited, 30 million stack. I think he opens here. He's gone up through the gears nicely, Kamenko. Played the short stack very well and is playing his big stack even better. Now this is interesting. Mate brought back down to earth. Was on 53, 54 million. Now down to 38 million. Mate, he's second in chips. Still well above average. I'm loving the aggression on this table. Players are going for it. Kamenko getting 3-bet once again from Mate. King Jack suited, out of position, but he continues. So we're going to go to a flop here between Kamenko and Mate. Kamenko with the King Jack suited. Flops a straight draw. Mate with top. Kamenko checks. So Kamenko King Jack 9 for a straight. Jack would be good, King would be good also. Mate in the lead with top. So, continuation from Mate. Top pair, top kicker. Kamenko, 2 overs, good shot. No spade out there. Out of position. I think a lot going against him here. Mate 3-bet pre. Kamenko came along for the ride. And now lets it go. Another sizable pot. Mate back up over 40 million, 43 million. Joint chip leader with Joseph. Kamenko on 26 million. I think Morgan's playing around 20 million. Then we've the 2 short stacks. Simone who can't get any chips in the pot because it's just way too much action. Florian also short.
Last time I
Kamenko, suited ace, under the gun, ace, 3 of diamonds. Average stack 25 million. Kamenko won't be put down. He goes again. Mate, suited 9. Absolutely relentless. 3-bet once again. Kamenko is getting continually punished. Simone just doesn't have an opportunity to put chips in. Joseph playing same stack as Matei. They are the 2 chip leaders on the table. Kamenko will have to make a stand. Worst seat in the house. Mate having position on Kamenko. Kamenko going through the options. Is this the hand to make a stand? But it really does scream at strength. I mean, Mate is continually 3-betting Kamenko, but 2 hands in a row, I think that comes off as really strong. Kamenko reasoning, he's got to have it, surely. He wouldn't risk 3-betting me again there without having the goods. I think that's what's going through Kamenko's mind. And he's lost a lot of his chips. He's given 10 million in chips to Mate, the last orbit. Kamenko sitting on about 21 million now, which is average stack. Mate back up on top where he feels he belongs. Chip leader for so long, but he's definitely not having it his own way. 46 million under the gun. Jack 8 lets this one go. Now Simone, I think he has to go with this. Once Mate folds, he has to go with this. 9 big blinds. If he doesn't, okay, well, he avoided disaster. Joseph Gulas with the 10s here in the cutoff. Morgan, haven't seen much of him. Hasn't really had an opportunity to play. Well, he's going to 3-bet Joseph Kamenko with the Queen Jack. He's just going to let this go in the big blind. There's no chance he can continue here. There's just too much interest. He's not closing the action. Joseph still with an option, so the Queen Jack does go into the muck. Joseph with the goods here, he has the 10s. He's going to be continuing. Morgan has been pretty snug. Last hand, these 2 guys clashed. Morgan showed up the royal flush at the end of the hand. Does have a pretty nitty image, Morgan. That's going through Joseph's mind. This guy must have a premium. That's what he's thinking. But how good is this premium versus my premium? He could do this with ace jack, ace queen, ace king for sure. I think 9's probably bottom of his 3-betting range.
I had something.
That's quite incredible. 10's folded, but I do get the thought process. Joseph folds the tens pre-flop. I get that fold. Morgan playing really snug. Now Simone under the gun, 10-7. He's going to be posting blinds next hand. 1.2 million of a stack. He's going to just have 4 million behind. He's going to have to make a move. Simone. Joseph folds, Morgan folds, Florian short himself. This is Kamenko. Now this is interesting, the dynamics between these two players. Kamenko hard at work, but it's just not going well against Mate. Mate says, okay, let's go to the flop. Kamenko limps with an ace, misses, as does Mate. First to speak, Kamenko, he checks the king 9 deuce board. Mate looks back down at his 5-4 and he sees that he's completely missed. Checks back, jack on the turn. Kamenko checks again. Kamenko will check call here. For sure, ace high good here, quite a lot. A lot of the combinations of hands containing a king or a jack would be raising pre-flop. Kamenko, I'm sure, going for the check call. Well, it goes check, check, so we're going to go to the river. 6 of spades, no spade in anyone's holding. Now this is going to be interesting to see who goes for this. Mate knows 5 high, no chance of winning, so he might go for it. 1.8 million out there. I think it works. The minimum bet, painful. Kamenko is just going, okay, this is such a call me bet. Screams of value. Kamenko. Ace high, but the 600k minimum bet coming across as thin value, but what's in the calling chip? Well, he actually turns his hand into a bluff. Check raises 2 million. I thought that was just one chip he put in. Kamenko bluffing with the best hand. And eventually he wins a sizable pot against his nemesis Mate, brings him up over average stack 26 million, averages 25 million. Mate still chip leader 44 million. Joseph sitting on around 40 million. Joseph's 43, very close. Mate and Joseph, then a bit of a gap to two players, Kamenko and Morgan, and then another gap to Florian, who's sitting on 12 bigs. And look at Simone, 5.2 million, but he's going to be posting 1.2 million. So he'll just have 6 big blinds behind.
probably fold, but not.
Joseph opens under the gun with the ace jack, and this is quite remarkable. We're six-handed, 3 players dealt ace jack, and Simone is 100 times out of 100 pulling the trigger here. Ace jack suited, 6.5 bigs behind, and I'm just absolutely perplexed. Well, he's not going to win this pot. That's my prediction. And I think he could have. Well, he's going to chop it because he's going nowhere. Case ace. How does that happen? $3.3 million. Case ace comes out. Joseph will make the 3.3 million call, and then I think Kamenko, I think he probably gives it up, you know. Kamenko just wants to know exactly what the story is.
Runner.
Kamenko calls. Right, there's the backdoor hearts for Simone. Gives him a free roll to running hearts. 9 of diamonds, it's going to be a chop. There's no card in the deck that can win it for any player. Turn is checked around.
Ace jack.
Also, ace jack.
Oh.
And they'll all have a bit of a laugh.
I need runner, play. Wow. Yeah. Nice hand.
Simone actually loses money in that pot because
100. Unbelievable.
he's the one posting the big blind ante. And that's chopped up between everyone.
I need runner, dive. No dive.
So 8 bigs for Simone in the small blind position. I think he could have won that pre-flop. He let it rip. Mate and Joseph neck and neck. Then we have Kamenko and Morgan pretty close. And then the 2 short stacks, Florian and Simone. Simone on 8 bigs. Florian, a little bit of breathing space, sitting on 12 big blinds. Coming to the end of this 300,000, 600,000 blind level. So we're going to see
He said run around.
blinds
I
go
was
up.
like, he didn't go all in with Jack there, did he?
250 blinds in play at the moment.
Jack then is just on cap. Yeah, like a miracle.
Average stack 40 bigs.
Because after that, I have to push.
Mate on the button with the Jack 10. $1.2 million raise on the button.
That's it. Set. I mean the
Small blind, Simone folds and Joseph gives up. It was big blind. And looking at the comments, not far off. Originally from Rackcool, quite near Kildare, but now based in Galway. What you're watching here is the Italian poker sport. It's the final day, it's the final table, it's the final 6 players. It's been a really interesting final day. Started with 38 players, and now just 6. All these players guaranteed 17,600, but 5th is guaranteed 32,000. So do the maths yourself. About 15k in the difference between 6th and 5th. Kamenko with the Ace King not getting any action. Well, Morgan Bale is going to peel a flop. Dealer collects the chips. Ace in the window. Always a nice sight to see when you're raising with a hand that contains an ace. Pressure is off. Nice check back from Kamenko. Trying to induce action from Morgan, and it's successful. Morgan firing here with absolutely none of it. No draw, no pair, no nothing. In fact, he's drawing dead. Not an easy thing to do in no limit hold'em when there's still a card to come. Morgan firing 1.7 million, and Kamenko with top pair max kicker now. The 8 is going to slow Morgan down because he's showdown value, but I think he will be calling this value bet, which will come in at around 3.5 million from Kamenko. Does have that ace of diamonds, which is relevant. Less likely chance of him getting check raised. Of course he's going to be value betting. $2.8 million. Morgan. Flop was checked, so I wouldn't blame him for calling there, but easily gets away. Good read from Morgan. Kamenko under the gun with the 6-5. Folds. Action now with Mate in the hijack with the 4-3. Simone cut off. Queen 9. He folds. Now Joseph on the button with King 5 suited. Always going to be opening in this situation. Morgan on the small blind. He looks interested. Big blind is Florian. Morgan folds. Florian just says, I have to go put an end dealer. I have no choice. 4.4 million. Just 7 bigs. Suited king. Joseph not liking it, but he may have to call this. Getting 2-1 his money. Getting the right price. Money's going in. No doubt. He's hating it, but I think it's a reasonable call. Getting 2-1 his money. Florian takes the glasses off, looks at the situation, he goes, okay, this is alright. Got my money in good. Few French supporters on the rail. Joseph Goulas, the junior, raising on the button with the King 5 suited. Florian with short stack, well 5 in the window and a heart. Plenty of equity still for Joseph. Oh, sick. Absolutely. What can you do? Kings and 8s.
Yes. Yes.
Leading the jacks and 8s. And Florian just ran bad there the last hour.
How much did you have left?
Started when he moved all in. King 9 blind on blind. Big blind short stack, woke up at aces. Wheels fell off, never recovered. Joseph raising on the button with the King 5. He's getting the right price. That's, I think, a good call.
Good job.
I will remember on you. And your
Both
father.
players did the right thing. That's just poker. 5 remain.
Now 100,000.
Getting exciting.
But it's crazy because
All these 5 players will be returning to the resort for that World Series of Poker Europe main event.
Now you can
They
play.
all have their seats into that day 1A on
Now I can
Friday,
win.
the 2nd of December, I believe, or 3rd of December. It's Friday the 3rd of December, day 1A. I'll certainly be here for that. Blinds up now, 400,000, 800,000.
Playing the main event.
Joseph Goulas Jr. With the chip lead, Joseph. Close to him is Mate.
Hello. Speak him. I have. Yeah. Speak him. One more. yeah, I have. Big him.
Ace 8 Jack. Kamenko. Big blind defending versus Morgan, who's open on the button with the king 4.
I have. I have.
5 players. Simone still in there. Desperately short. He's gone up another pay jump. He's guaranteed himself the World Series ticket.
Good to take that man to death.
Plus 22,000 in cash. Like, you gotta tip your hat to the guy. He is a survivor.
It was a pleasure, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Gamble now for Simone with the Queen 9. Gets the money in. Rightly so. Kamenko. Small blind, Jack 10. Close, but just a couple of blinds too many. Position is awkward. It's not called from Mate, who has the goods here. Ace King. 2-1 favourite, Mate. Simone is live. Queen 9. Mate. Monster stack. Well, 9 connects with Simone's hand. He hits, he becomes 3-1 favourite. The Italian. All in for his tournament life. Not sure what the issue here is with Joseph. Dealer will attend to business though, double up. Simone, who's back on 10 million chips. Average about 37 million. No, it's not. Average is about 29 million. No, it's not. Average is 30 million. There's 150 million in play, 5 players.
Yeah, I'm idiot.
Just ignore my mathematics. I'm just trying to hear the conversation between Joseph and the floor. Kamenko, 1.7 million on the button. Well, I mean, he would love some action from Mate. And Mate, so readily in the past, would supply will he provide for on this occasion? Ace 2 suited. He very well might, you know. But he's going to run into it. Kamenko just sitting there waiting for him. With the ace-king, Kamenko firmly fixed on Matej. Matej trying to estimate what's going on, and here is the 3-bet. But at last,
How much?
Kamenko, with a hand that he can play back with, and 4-bet the ace-king. Simone folds. 3-bet 5.7. Kamenko just taking his time, but there's no doubt in my mind Kamenko will be pulling the trigger. I think he just puts the lot in here. Looks back down. Now, there is a case for just flatting here, you know, given that he has position. Matej will be firing off pretty much any board. But I think given the situation with the short stack on the table and these big jumps, I don't think Kamenko messes around. I think he just moves all in. At last, he can pull the trigger against his nemesis, and would you believe that puts him ahead of Matej? Kamenko up to 35 million. Average stack is 30 million. Joseph still top stack. Simone bottom stack. 5 left. All 5 players guaranteed a really sizable payday. 22,000 plus that 10,000, 33,000 minimum is what these players will be taking away. And this is just for a €250 buy-in. Extraordinary. Kamenko with the queens. Joseph, chip leader in the big blind with 4-3. Joseph Gulas Jr. never doubted his run to this final table. But can he get the job done? Well, he's got a lot of work to do. A lot of talent on this table. A lot of players showing a lot of character. Kamenko, one of these players. Joseph. Looking to play back at Kamenko. Well, Kamenko picking up the premium hands when it matters, and he's getting the action he desires. 3-bet from the loose, aggressive Joseph. Joseph hasn't put it in yet. This is a feature of his game. He goes to make a bet, but he does check himself, which is always a good attribute. But he does fire in the 3-bet, setting this money on fire. 5.8 million, never going to see any of it. Kamenko with the goods, pocket queens. Remarkable. Kamenko just flatting with the queens. I absolutely love this. Joseph, he can fire every street very capable. Kamenko not loving that ace. But two blockers to the nuts, two queens in his hand. Joseph, absolutely nothing to do with this board. But for sure, Joseph going to be firing. 13 million in the pot. You're going to see a continuation bet. I think for around 5.5 million from Joseph Goulas Jr. Now, Kamenko had a plan in mind. He needs to stay strong. He just flattered in position with the idea to extract money in later streets from the uber aggressive Joseph. Now that ace is a concern to him, but he needs to be single-minded and continue with the plan. Joseph's always firing here. And just because an ace comes out doesn't mean your opponent has an ace in his holding. Kamenko needs to step up. This is how you win tournaments. Strength of character. And believe me, this guy Kamenko reminds me of the tennis player Djokovic for some reason. Makes the call. 23 million pot. Kamenko with just a pot size bet behind. This is high pressure stuff. Now Joseph makes a pair, so he has a 2-pair draw, trip draw, which might be good. He's thinking to himself. But I mean, we've seen him time and time again. When he doesn't succeed on the early streets, he fires again, but this time he shuts down. He checks turn. Kamenko with a decision. Checks back. What? Are you joking me? What? This is just bizarre. I mean, this is just one of the most bizarre hands I have seen. Joseph Goulas Jr. has hit runner. He gave up. He raised the white flag when he got called on the flop. Kamenko. I mean, this is sick stuff. It really is. 23 million in the pot. Joseph's going to go 8 or 9 million here for value. Target the queens, nines, king jack, king 10. How big does he go? He wants to get paid, so I'm guessing 5 to 6 million. He goes small. Yeah, he's gone 9 million. Joseph Goulas Jr. about to be awarded a massive pot. Now, Kamenko, 24 million stack, 2 blockers to the nuts. Does he turn his hand into a bluff here? Kamenko slow played this queen's pre-flop, but it's gone horribly wrong. Gets away, folds the river. He won't believe what Joseph had when he looks back on that hand later on. Quite incredible, the run out. Joseph Gulas Jr. Fortune favours the brave. A 3-bet pre-flop. Well, I felt he was just burning chips. Kamenko decided to get tricky with the queens with a plan in mind for later streets, and how often does it happen? You just overthink things. You get sidetracked. You're on one avenue of thought and the board completely changes your thinking process. Big chip leader, double the average. Joseph, you feel he is just a little bit too strong for this table. He's that extra gear. That's what you need to win big tournaments. Morgan, he's flopped 2 pair. Joseph Gulas in junior checks. Morgan bets 1.7. Joseph decides to float. Three on the turn. Joseph checks. Morgan checks back. Now we're going to see Joseph go for it here. On the river. 5 on the river. Well, believes king high is good, but the 2 pair for Morgan will win the pot. Fours and deuces.
You got ace?
That is Morgan.
No way. No? Ace king? No, zero. Queens?
Simone still hanging in there. 10 bigs.
You'll see also later. Okay. Then we'll see later. Nice head. Thank you.
Joseph with the ace-6 in the button. Kamenko defending in the big blind. Kamenko has missed. Joseph with the good shot ace-high is good here quite a lot. Kamenko checks. Joseph bets. Simone under the gun is going to be posting big blind ante next hand. 14 bigs. A6 under the gun. The Kings Special Big Monday sold out straight away. 117 players, 3k prize pool in the money now. And later in the week we have the European Poker Days, 400k guaranteed for the same buy-in, the 250 buy-in. 50,000 sterling stack. 30-minute clock day 1, 40-minute clock day 2. Now action here, Mate is going to put Simone all in. Simone with Jack 7, 11 bigs behind.
What time is it? Time?
20, 22, 12.
22?
20 to 12.
20 and 12, yeah?
No, 20 to midnight.
11:40? I don't understand. 11:40, yeah?
20 minutes to 12.
Thank you.
I think they're saying it's 20 minutes to a break. I have no problem with that. Lines 400,000, 800,000. Morgan, ballet. Ace 8 suited under the gun. Going to open here with the Ace 8 of hearts. Makes it 1.7 million to go. Kamenko folds, and now Mate will fold in the button. Action around to the short stack, and the small blind gets out of the way, so Joseph Gallus Jr. King Queen suited. Joseph will be continuing. It's in the additional 900k. 1 million chip takes out 100k. 239. Both miss. 1 diamond on board. Joseph with the 2 overs, backdoor diamonds. Morgan's ace high good, but now the 7 of diamonds on the turn. This is a board that is very favourable to the big blind defend. I wouldn't be surprised to see Joseph lead out here in the turn. Morgan with Ace 8 of hearts lets it go. Morgan on 22 million. Five remain. Average stack 30 million. Simone has folded the 3 deuce. Action now on the chip leader, which is Joseph, who you see in your screen. He limps in here in the small blind with the 10-8 action, with Morgan, who checks his option.
Always very calm on that side of the table. What are they, friends or what?
King 5 goes check check. Morgan does pick up. Good shot, straight draw. 10 high in the lead, would you believe? Checked all the way. 10 show, 2.4 million.
You got it? Got 7-3 off.
I see, but he show on half.
Okay, they're asking about the big hand, I think, when it's going to be shown. I think that's what we're talking about. Joseph and Kamenko. Kamenko with the queens and Joseph with the 4-3. Came runner for Joseph. Crazy pot. Joseph was the 3-better pre. But moving on, this is Simone in the cutoff, 6.4 million. 8 bigs. Joseph on the button with a suited 8-6, 66 million. 40% of the chips in play. Surprised he folded his button there. Morgan Ballet with 5-4 offsuit. He limps in and out. Action with Kamenko, who looks down at ace queen.
From the
Kamenko making it 2.5 million, 3x, when Morgan limps into his big blind. Kamenko looks down at ace queen, gets the job done, button moves, blinds out 400, 800, and the 8 blinds will now become 6 blinds behind for Simone. Well, actually no, he's under the gun. It's next hand he's going to be posting, so expect, well, I mean, this is a nice easy decision for the Italian Simone, who looks down at ace king of clubs, moves his chips in. Queen 9 suited for Joseph. Too early position. Fold from Morgan. Kamenko will fold the queen 2. And Mate will look at 10-5 and let Simone take the blinds. Simone shows the lads that he had big slick suited. Gets a stack up to 10 bigs. Blinds 400,000, 800,000. Another 15 minutes or so before this level expires. All these players guaranteed 32k. That includes the 10k seat to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Morgan cut off with the kings. Kamenko won't get into trouble. He's going to quickly fold. Mate also will be fast folding, but Simone, I think, will have a problem here. He's going to go for it, ace 9, and he's going to run into it. Morgan Ballet with the kings. Simone all in with ace 9. Simone, the short stack, looked down at ace-9. Morgan opened. Simone gets it all in. Snap call with the kings. 3 clubs on board, which is not good for Simone. It kills one of his outs. Just 2 aces left in the deck to connect with. It's over. 6 of clubs on the turn.
Ciao.
Gives the ace high flush. Morgan Ballet
Goodbye. Good game.
eliminates Simone. Nice run for the Italian. 5th place. 32k for a 250 buy-in. Super performance. Last Italian, I believe.
J'avais 2 rois, il a fait tapis, il a as 9. Moi j'ai 2 rois, il a as 9. Ah, j'ai fait flush. Pas grand chose.
Morgan up to 28 million. With 4 players left, the average is 37.5 million. Lines 400,000, 800,000. Kamenko cut off 22 million. Kamenko, ace high good here. Joseph defending in the big blind with the king 7. Goes check, check. 6. Good shot for Joseph. He could lead out here, but he decides to check. He thinks his king high could be good. Kamenko is good with his ace high, but he has a bit of dodging to do. And ace high still good. Joseph happy to check with king high, but Kamenko will take it down. So cut off Mate, 34 million, playing average stack. This is the big stack. 63 million. Looks down in the small blind at ace queen suited. Joseph will be 3 betting, you would expect, with this hand. Ace queen of diamonds. Still in the pot is Morgan Ballet, who's post of the big blind. Just 4 players remain. This is the Italian poker sport. 100,000 euro for the winner, plus the World Series Poker Europe main event seat. All these 4 players have locked up 37,000. Joseph in the tank. 3-bet incoming. Morgan gets out of the way, and I expect Mate in the cutoff. I think he can just let this go. Another 3.8 million to call with 10 high. Not very attractive. Joseph Gulas Jr. takes it down. Ace Queen of diamonds.
Why you smile? I don't know. Funny. I'm not upset. Funny name.
Mate opening from under the gun with the ace-4. Kamenko has hit this board. Second pair in the flush draw. Mate has missed, but may very well continue. Pre-flop aggressor. Queen 10, 8 board. Mate checks back. The jack on the turn gives Mate a good shot. So king for the straight, ace is good. 9 for the split. All non-clubs. For Kamenko, he's in the lead with his pair of tens. Does have that club draws back up. $2.9 million. Kamenko makes the call as expected. 10 million now in the pot. Queen on the river. Action with Kamenko. He's just trying to get to showdown here, I'd imagine. Very difficult for him to call a bet here. Kamenko. Mate now, the short stack on the table. He's not short, he's a ton of blinds, but shortest. Along with Morgan, they're pretty much the same stack size. So is Kamenko, just a million more than Mate, and then we have the joint stack. Bottom right of your screen is Joseph. That's the chip leader on course to get to a podium finish. Course first place, 100,000 plus the 10k seat. Joseph with the Queen 9, 1.7 million. Morgan, 25 million stacks. So these three players all very close to each other. Chip stack sizes. Action with Mate in the big blind. He's posted the 800k. It's going to be another 900 to call. Considering a 3-bet by the looks of things. Here is the 3-bet with the Queen 8. And you can see Joseph looking as if to say, what are you at? We know you've nothing. Don't even try it. But Mate is his own man. And he has great ambitions, believe me. Real quality Mate. Now what does Morgan Valet do with the small pair? Well, he folds. Wow. Okay. The 4-bet ripped all in with the deuces. Mate, 21 million. Blinds 400,000, 800,000. Coming towards the end of this 400, 800,000 level.
Well played.
Short stack at Mate. 21 million. Morgan Ballet. Under the gun with the 8 Queen. Kamenko with the Queen Jack on the button.
Anderson. Adam. Ole. Ole. Stand before you throw. Eu prašio kaj je imel. Pa o kjermu handu se to sploh gre? A za se Jack. Ja, kaj je imel? God damn it, make a screenshot. Okay.
Mate makes it
Lovely river
1.6
to
million.
cut.
Joseph in the small blind with king 6.
I thought this was
I saw the hand. Too fair on the river.
you feel
Obviously, I was obviously prepping you. That's how you don't get it.
The information now being fed back to the players on the live stream. Totally legal, of course.
3 minutes is a break. Good break. So he had 4-3 on. 3 bet 4-3. Oh, I'm on your ass, boy.
super is good.
Yeah, it's good.
Joseph taking his stack back up to 66 million. So ace deuce for Kamenko here in the small blind makes it 2.5 million. Mate 7-6 offsuit in the big blind. He's going to defend, and we're going to see a flop. Piece of this for both players. Mate with second pair. Kamenko top pair. Nice check from Kamenko.
Barcelona.
Prague. Best casino of Europe. In now, with the COVID, it's the best casino.
To je jasný. A já se směju, jak to prezentuje. Já se smál tomu, jak to prezentuje.
This will be the last hand at this 400,000, 800,000 blind level. 2 pair now for Kamenko. He checks action back with Mate. Will be checking back the 2 on the turn. Kamenko underrepped his hand with that check on the flop. Check called. Turn 2 pair. Just flats. Leaving the door open for Mate to fire again. Mate drawing to a 6 and 6 only. Oh, how does it happen? It's just sick. I think Kamenko has played it excellent. Mate hits a 2-outer. Hard to get there. But of course he's going to go for value here. And he's going to get called. We're going to see a 6 million value bet from Mate. Big decision for Kamenko. His 2 pair got counterfeited. Got kicker problems. Big moment here for Kamenko. Slow playing his 2-pair. Got counterfeited on the river. Mate hit a 2-outer.
Oh, struck. Looks like that. Fuck. Really struck.
Yeah, Kamenko is good enough to lay this down. I find it really interesting how he played this hand. Ace deuce, flopped a pair, turn 2-pair. And it looks like he's the discipline to check fold here. And this is for sure the longest hand of the tournament. Both players have been in the tank for several minutes. He folds, Kamenko gets away. Mate back up to average stack. 30 million. Dealer awards the pot. We're going to go on a break back in 5 minutes or so.
Now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back. 400 here at Kings Resort. Blinds have increased. We're at the 500k 1 million blind level. Average stack 37 million, which is 37 big blinds also. Now, Joseph, big blind with the aces. Mate just limps in with the Jack 8 of diamonds. Joseph makes it 4 million. Goes with a big sizing. And Mate, interested, makes the call. Joseph. With the goods. Mate with Jack 8 flops a good shot. Action with Joseph with the aces. Mate with that good shot. May feel his Jack is good if he hits it, his 8 is good, but decides against continuing. 70 million for Joseph Gullis, chip leader. Mate steals one. It's Joseph taking his seat. So basically the situation here, 4 players remain. There's 150 million chips in play. That's 150 bigs, which equates to 37.5 million average stack per player. Joseph, big chip leader, king queen suited here versus the very active Mate. Makes it 2 million with the ace 4 under the gun. Joseph just smooth calls on the button with the king queen suited. And Kamenko, who's really showing like real high level quality, getting away from that trip sixes just before the break. That took a very high level of skill, quality, discipline. But back to the action here. Mate has made bottom pair and Joseph 2 overs in the back doors. Four players, all guaranteed 37,500. Jack in the turn. So any 10, queen, king would award Joseph the pot. Mate's bottom pair good at the moment. Joseph happy to check back, needs to see paint, he does. Queen will award him the pot. Mate with bottom pair, 6.5 million in the pot. You're going to see a check back from Joseph. 4 cards to the straight and 3 diamonds there. Joseph wins 4.5 million. Kamenko, 19 big blind stack, ace 3 in the small blind. So Mate gets a free flop and makes bottom pair, but Kamenko makes top pair. Kamenko puts out the min bet 1 million. Mate with bottom pair, 2 pair draw, trip draw. I think he goes for 1 straight, getting 4-1. Just put in the million. Okay, Joker asking, did they make a deal? Certainly not. No deal. Kamenko here. 2 million turn bet. I think Mate just gives this up now. Bottom pair. Kamenko. So what's happening here, Mate is reading these sizings as a sign of weakness, but Kamenko top pair doesn't fold. Jack in the river. Kamenko's kicker problems have evaporated. There's no chance he's up against a stronger ace. But certainly I've heard from ace jack. Ace queen, should I say, pre-flop. That's not what he's worried about. He's worried about that jack connecting with Mate. Checks again, he's just trying to get to showdown. Mate. Two pair gives up. Kamenko shows the ace and his kicker. Mate entitled to fold his hand. Takes a hit. Kamenko now 28 million and Mate 21 million. Kamenko getting the maximum there. Disguising his hand by limping with an ace. Minimum bet on the flop. And then 2 million on the turn. Mate reading that as weakness. Went for the raise. Kamenko strong enough to stick around. Morgan Ballet. Queen 5 in the dustbin. Kamenko now sitting on 28 bigs with a suited ace on the button. Expect an open here again. Looks over at Joseph. Such a difficult player to play against. But of course he's going to open with ace deuce suited. Joseph looks down at 8-4 offsuit.
I'm not supposed to say that. What? I'm not supposed to say that.
Maybe that I'm help. Yes, I'm tired. Wait. Just go ahead.
So Morgan Ballet in the big blind position with the Jack 10. Joseph makes a pair in the flop. These guys happy enough to check down. Jack 6 gets lucky. Wins the 3 million pot. Morgan losing that one. Joseph adding to his stack. Mate, 20 bigs. Now, half the chips in play for Joseph. 74 million. Makes it 2.1 million. Kamenko in the big blind will be defending with the King 9. Two 10. Joseph outflops Kamenko. Now Joseph is going to put in a delayed continuation bet. Target these drawing hands. Any 8x that might be out there. These type of hands pay him off. All these players guaranteed 37,500. Action with Kamenko here, King 9. Four players left. This is the Italian poker sport. This is the final table. These guys playing for 100,000 plus the World Series of Poker main event seat. This event started a few days ago. You can see the graphic showing almost 3,000 entries, producing an absolute mammoth prize pool. Queen 9-6, 2 pair for Mate. Joseph with none of this.
Tole se zaključiti ti bo eno skrivnost moral povedati. Lahko. Tako.
Mate has turned a good shot.
Any action on board or no check?
So Kamenko makes it 2.3 million with the King Queen, and Joseph Gulas Jr. with the suited ace in the big blind. So Joseph with the suited ace, 3 bets. Kamenko, King Queen. Okay, so Kamenko folds the King Queen. That's a pretty tight fold. Joseph takes down the pot, half the chips in play for Joseph. Now Kamenko folding the 9-3, so action here on the button with Mate, who looks down at a suited ace. Morgan in the big blind with the King 6 suited. Morgan has missed. Mate has made top pair. Morgan, I think, will just check fold this. Mate will continue. Morgan folds, leaves himself at 24 bigs. Mate 26 bigs. So Morgan Ballet with the Jack 10 in the small blind, and Kamenko in the big blind with 6-4. Joseph connects again, top pair. Good shot for both Kamenko and Morgan. Morgan with the 2 overs to go with his good shot. He bets out 3 million. Kamenko looking for a 5 ball to make a straight. Ten of diamonds. Morgan goes ahead. Joseph. Pair of eights. I think this goes check, check. 13 million pot will be awarded to Morgan. Snap call for Morgan. It's going to be a sizable pot. Morgan now second in chips. Jack 10. 8 million river bet snapped by Morgan Ballet. $40 bigs. Second in chips. Joseph still chip leader on the left hand side of your screen.
I almost did it too. I wanted to go over the top on the flop. And every time you do that, you're risking your entire stack.
So Joseph makes a 2.1 million. Kamenko in the small blind with an ace and a 3 bet incoming from Kamenko. This will get a bit of respect. Snap fold from Mate with the queen 9 and Joseph. Surrenders still 400. Blind still 500,000, 1 million.
Very good.
Still battling it out to see who comes out on top in this Italian poker sport.
The ego hurting. I don't understand. You don't understand anything.
Main event final table.
Very nice.
That's for the 4-3 hand. Just kidding.
One.
No.
Cut. Yeah.
Hello.
Morgan makes it 2 million with the ace-6. Joseph in the big blind with 5-3. Defends. Puts in the million. Joseph makes a pair, goes ahead. He checks action with Morgan. Puts in the minimum, it looks like, 1 million.
Ish.
Joseph's certainly going to be check calling. It's 1.5 million.
More like 25.
Come on.
Deuce on the turn. Joseph checks. Morgan, I think, checks back. He does with his ace-6. Now, trips for Joseph. He's going to go big, I think. Got called. There it is, huge bet. Hoping. Morgan makes another hero call. This time Joseph with the goods. 8.5 million bet. Joseph interested, I don't think he's going to invest any more. Joseph takes down the pot, defending with 5-3, flops a pair, Rivers trips.
Yeah. All that works every time.
Morgan went behind on the flop and stayed behind.
2% happens. Everything is 100%. 100% this is an amazing giver. 100%. I'm not talking about on TV.
So, under the gun, Kamenko making it 2.3 million. Small blind ace-5, Joseph makes the call. He puts in the 1.8 additional, and Morgan in the big blind getting a big price with the king 10. That ace in the window good for Joseph. He flops both players, but he is ahead with the ace high. Ace 6 deuce. It's checked into Kamenko, who opened light, but he's going to rep that board. Joseph, of course, is the player who's connected, and he's going to be putting in the 2.8 million. Just smooth call. Morgan Ballet will get out of the way, and now we go to the turn. Joseph first to speak. Checks his, well, he didn't check yet because the turn didn't come. Now, pair for Kamenko. He's going to check back. Kamenko. And now the river. Jack. Runner. Kamenko. Well, his run bad is being reversed. This was happening to him earlier. Hits turn. Hits river. Joseph going for what he perceives to be a value bet, but he's just burning money now because Kamenko with the check mark. And Kamenko, you feel, will be putting in a raise with 2 pair. Joseph, I think, is good enough to get away from an incoming raise, 6.8 million. Kamenko surely raises 2 pair. Gets paid by all the ace X's. Yeah, Joseph. Good enough to get away here. Beating nothing but a bluff. Well, this is very surprising. 13 million. He's counting it out. He's not going to call, I'm sure. Does make the fold. Kamenko hitting runner. Gives the cards to the dealer, gets his stack up to 41 million. Joseph was on 76 million, now down to 55, but still good for the chip lead. Mate in the right hand side. The shortest stack. You've just tuned in, this is the Italian Poker Sport, our main event. Very special event. $500,000 guaranteed for just a €250 buy-up. Absolutely unheard of anywhere outside Kings. And if you do know of a tournament like this, please do tell me about it. Same week in, week out, these small to medium buy-ins producing massive numbers. Almost 3,000 entries. You can see the graphic in the top right just disappearing from the screen, indicating the total entries, 2,992. Joseph with the 9-7 of clubs. Kamenko with the king high. Kamenko in the big blind. Joseph with absolutely none of this. Does have a backdoor flush, backdoor straight. but he's going to get Kamenko to fold out. King deuce, I'm sure. Kamenko, well, in fairness, he's recognition. It's really good recognition from Kamenko. King high good here quite a lot. Jack now on the turn. Kamenko checks. Joseph checks back. 10 on the river. King high for Kamenko. This is interesting. 9.7 million. Kamenko with a blocker to the straight. King queen gets there. Joseph with 9 high gives up, waves the white flag. Another pot for Kamenko brings him up to 45 million, very close now to Joseph.
Count? How much you play?
But you must have after 20 chips. Takhle dělá. Sorry, just got it. New chip. Don't get angry. Just a minute. 5.
Now, Morgan on the button, pocket pair. Blinds are 500,000, 1 million. There's 150 million chips in play, so that means there's 150 big blinds, and between 4 players the average stack 37.5 million, or 37.5 bigs. 1 million equals 1 blind. Now, pocket tens versus Kojak. Small blind versus button. 6.6 in the pot. Are we going to see some action? Yes, we are. Kamenko goes ahead. Morgan will make a continuation bet with his tens. Check call for Kamenko. 7 on the turn. This will go check, check. There's the check from Kamenko and a check back incoming from Morgan. Well, pardon me, he's going to continue firing 3 million. Well, it's hard to see a hand that's weaker than tens calling on this board. Ace 4, maybe. 5s, 6s, 8s, 9. Ace 4 gets there. Kamenko takes down 17 million pot. Brings him up to the top of the food chain, Kamenko. I mean, he ran very cold in a few hands, a few big hands. He showed some top quality. 2 massive folds. One against Joseph with the queens versus the 5-4 when it came running 5-4. And then with his ace deuce when he turned 2 pair against the pair 6s of Mate, the gentleman he's just shaking his hand with. Did Mate hit a 6 in the river? But Kamenko, a lot of discipline, a lot of quality, and his skill starting to prevail. Morgan Ballet folds the king deuce under the gun. 54 million, average is about 37. 7-6 on the button. Kamenko folds, and now blind v blind. The short stack, 21 big blinds. Mate with the jack 5 actually gives a walk to Joseph. He's putting on his jacket. I'm loving that belt he's sporting. Very stylish. Joseph Gulas Jr., son of Joseph Gulas, believe it or not, also a poker player with a lot of results. Fourth here at the World Poker Tour 3K event last year for 90k. Now Kamenko under the gun with the 8-7. So Kamenko makes 0.3 million. Joseph in the small blind with the 10-6 of spades. Kamenko just recognizing Joseph 3-betting from a very wide range. That brings Joseph back up to the top of the chip chart. 10-6, 3-bet, takes down the pot.
What? You joking? You smile first?
I always smile.
I also. He seems to smile more.
Nice playing with you.
King 2 off?
So you're not.
One more.
Joseph pocket 5s, but Kamenko
Oh,
pocket 8s. Kamenko smooth calls. Well, this is big Joseph with the pair and the gut shot. Kamenko with the overpair. Both the backdoor clubs.
Hey, can you please call the service?
Kamenko checks call 2.5 million. Jack on the turn. Kamenko checks. Joseph. Pocket fives, checks back. Does have that good shot which gets there. Kamenko. With the eights, going to be checking here, and Joseph. Will go big. I'm thinking 8-9 million. And I think Kamenko calls this. Kamenko with two blockers to the nut straight. $11 million in the pot. Well, it's big. 9.8 million, almost a pot size bet. Kamenko. Under-rep the value of his hand pre. I think he calls this because Joseph quite capable of doing this with complete air. Kamenko getting out the 10 million. Big moment here. There is the call. I did expect that. Kamenko gets buried. Loses a monster. Joseph back up on top, 72 million. Kamenko down to 37 million. He's still good for second in chips. Coming towards the end of this 500,000, 1 million blind level.
It's hard to get.
Joseph wins a huge one.
Right.
Now, button moves Morgan on the button. Big blind posted by the short stack Mate. Joseph under the gun. He's going to open again with the ace-9. 72 million. 72 big blind stack. $2.2 million raised, but Mate with a 20 big blind stack, looking down at ace king. Three bet all in for 20 bigs. Mate with the ace king. Mate in the small blind with a suited ace, limping here, looking for action from Joseph Gulas, but he checks his option. We're going to see a flop 10-8 of hearts for Joseph. Mate with the ace-7 of diamonds and a flush draw for Mate. Joseph has missed. Mate continues, fires a million. Pretty close to the end of this 500k 1 million blind level. Joseph folds.
No, I have a cash.
Yes, but I have a bigger enough this.
Oh, okay. Sorry. 1 second.
Mate just asking the waitress to wait. The waitress obliges. Mate will play a hand. Ace 9, going to raise. Joseph folds, but a snap call from Morgan with 10-8 suited. So ace-9 versus 10-8 of diamonds. Action board. Top pair versus the flush draw. I think it goes in here. Morgan with less than 20 bigs behind, he's going to check raise, I think. Mate, top pair is going to continue. Check raise all in, and now we're going to see a call. Mate favourite, but has a lot of dodging to do. Now, Morgan with the flush draw. 10 no good, 8 no good, diamond is good. All the diamonds there bar the 5 of diamonds that was folded pre. So 8 outs for Morgan. 8 clean outs. Morgan the player at risk. Mate has him covered. Turn card. No diamond. Big moment. You can feel the tension. The Frenchman loses the flip. Goes around. In fairness, congratulates
Well played, sir.
Mate. Both of the players says well done. Eliminated in 4th, he will receive, I mean, it's a monster payout. 4th place gets 37,500. 37,700. I mean, that is superb for a 250 buy-in. Great performance, great display by Morgan Ballet. The Frenchman busting out in 4th. Coming back for the dealer to verify things, but Mate does have him covered. Mate up to 40 bigs with the new blind level 600k 1.2 million. So Kamenko 30 bigs, Mate 40 bigs and 55 bigs for Joseph. 3 quality players left in the mix. You gotta say we are well deserving of all 3 of these to be champion. This is the guy I picked out yesterday. Hasn't disappointed. To even get this far, battle your way through, takes some amount of skill, determination, great character. But Kamenko has been super impressive. He's made 0 mistakes. I'm loving his recognition. He really can play the streets with great skill and quality. And then you have Mate. So dominant for so long. Massive stack. I think these 3 players are like genuinely 100% deserving of their place here on the podium.
What happens to this? He goes like this. Again, right? Yeah. Where are you from?
Here, Czech Republic.
Yeah, we talked about it.
So still about 120 bigs in play. Quite a bit of play in this tournament still. Mate, pocket eights, small blind. $45 million stack.
How much? One second.
1 second. Okay. You can have.
Mate on the button with a suited ace, 2.8 million. A Joseph in the small blind, 7-4 offsuit. Kamenko, big blind, 8-6. Decides he doesn't want to defend, and Mate sitting on average stack, 51 million. Kamenko, the short stack now, sitting on about 30 million. Joseph on the button, ace-10. $2.7 million. We're going to see a clash here. Kamenko. 30 million stack. About 25 bigs. What's in the 2.7 million total? Mate gets out of the way. So ace 10 versus king queen. Three, four, six, two hearts. Joseph with the ace 10 is in the lead. Kamenko may feel his king high is good. He checks. Joseph would be happy to check this back. And now we go to the river. 8 of hearts. Ace high good. Kamenko will check with his king high now. Joseph may go for value bet. No. Checks back with ace high. He knows this is good. 7.8 million pot. Leaves Kamenko with 28 million. With 23 bigs. Three players remain. Mate. Queen 10 suited in the small blind position. Well, Joseph will continue with the king 10. 4.2 million raise, quite sizable. Blinds are 600k, 1.2 million. So 3.5x raise. Joseph with king 10. Joseph will just flat, I expect. King 10, big blind in position. Does put in the additional 3 million. Now a 10 high board here would give us some action. 2, 6, 7. Mate first to speak, the pre-flop raiser. Not the kind of board favouring the pre-flop aggressor, and the sizing pre-flop so large he's screaming of big cards. This kind of board not really favouring the range that Mate was repping pre-flop with that 4.2 million pre-flop raise, but he's going to continue. He's telling the story here. I've got all the overpairs. Joseph, just king 10. He's in the lead, but it's difficult for him to continue. No diamond, no draw, no pair. Joseph, king high. I think he lets it go. $48,000 guaranteed for all three players.
That's
65 for second and 110 for runner for first place. 3 remain. Blind still 600,000, 1.2 million. Now, Joseph, premium pair, small blind position. Puts in a raise in action now. With the shortest stack of the 3 stacks still alive. Well, this is a problem. Kamenko with about 22 bigs. Pocket pair. May want to go to war here. Oh boy, announces all in. He's run into it. A snap call from Joseph. Fours against queens. Kamenko looks and goes, okay. I've run into it. You got the goods. I'm going to have to get lucky. Queens for Joseph. Pocket fours for Kamenko. Oh, wow. How sick is that? Set of fours. Massive hit for Joseph. He's going to double up Kamenko, who is about to exit the tournament paint, but it's the jack on the turn. This is a brutal beat. What a time to get it. Joseph, well, quads by death. Quad fours. Joseph now will be sitting on 38 million. Still okay. $30 big blind stack. But when you get your opponent in like that, get all the money in, you have him absolutely dominated. To win a pot that will take you heads up with a huge advantage chip wise. It's a pretty tough beat to take. It's going to take a lot of character, a lot of strength, a lot of focus for Joseph. Needs to put it behind him. Got the money in good. That's poker. That happens. He's put beats on players on his way to this final table. It all balances out. You just gotta be able to survive after taking the beat. That's the secret. Have a stack that can withstand a lot of damage. And that's the situation Joseph's in. He's still 30 big blinds. 600k, 1.2 million. See Joseph having a bit of a smile. Mate. Kamenko. Analysing the hand. Joseph gets his opponent in, absolutely crushed. His opponent hit everything. Trips and then quads. Joseph folds. Look at this, Kamenko. Aces. Is the run good? Starting to happen, it certainly is for Kamenko. Now, he needs Mate to pick up a hand. 8-5. May defend, but Mate, not really in his interest to go to war with Kamenko, given that both of these guys sitting on the same stack size. And Joseph, the shorter stack. Now Mate, small blind, pocket jacks. Looks at Joseph's big blind. The wolves are circling. Joseph 10-5, facing 4.2 million raise.